Chapter 1716. Let him go. His obsession is too deep. If he can't fulfill his wish, he won't leave until he dies, said the woodcutter. The woodcutter said, even if he wasn't the real first godly general, he still possessed terrifying battle prowess. All was silent. No one spoke. Whether it was friend or foe, they all had complicated feelings. The first divine general Ning Fei was so outstanding, yet he had fallen to such a fate. It made people sigh. Such a proud son of heaven had fallen just like that. There were also people who sympathized with the undying Heaven Empress. The two had been separated by a lifetime. It was clear that she and Ning Fei had a story, but in the end, they hadn't been able to be together. The heaven-devouring demon jar floated above Yi Fan's head. His eyes were like lightning. He didn't have a heart of stone. The first divine general was so persistent that he would protect the woman he once loved even in death. This made his heart heavy, but he had seen a corner of the future. The undying Heaven Empress had personally killed Yi Tong, Komatsu, and Little Purple. Thus, he didn't want to let the Heaven Empress go even if he had to pay a great price. Bang! The world shook. The aura of a supreme being came from the depths of the distant starry skies. It swallowed the sun, moon, and stars, shocking everyone. Yi Fan's expression changed for the first time. He sighed and stepped aside, no longer blocking Ning Fei and allowing him to leave with the undying Heaven Empress. This was because he had thought of something even more terrifying. The first divine general of ancient heaven and Ning Fei had just gone to kill a supreme being. Had they succeeded? Or had they died in battle, unable to accomplish anything? If the supreme being from the Forbidden Zone came out to destroy the world, that would be terrifying to the extreme. Silver divine splendor shot into the sky. Ning Fei leapt into the sky and disappeared from this place, vanishing into the depths of the universe in the blink of an eye. The stars twinkled, constantly retreating. The undying Heaven Empress wept. She stroked that heroic face, trembling. She was afraid that if she blinked, she would never see him again. But she also knew that this was truly an eternal farewell. The silver-robed youth who had protected her for a lifetime would never see her again. He had once been so outstanding, unstoppable. Not even the 9 heavens and 10 earths could trap him. Now, all of this was history. In the deepest depths of the starry skies, after the undying Heaven Empress was safe, the Pegasus came to a halt. His entire body began to burn, and the peerlessly heroic No. 1 war general began to blur. Silver light flared, and he no longer existed. The undying Heaven Queen threw herself forward and cried loudly. She held the silver hairpin in her hand. It was a small silver battle spear. She wanted to become one with the youth. However, this was clearly futile. The heroic silver-robed youngster quickly aged and then disintegrated. Even the heavenly horse was like this, experiencing an entire life in the shortest amount of time. From a heavenly dragon descending into the world of mortals, to its fur losing luster, its long and healthy legs becoming limp, falling into the dust of the cosmos. No! The undying Heaven Empress let out a mournful cry filled with despair. Within the silver firelight, an old man with 1 foot in the grave nodded at her, saying his final farewell. At the last moment, his soul had awakened. Seeing that she had survived, he was finally free. The undying Heaven Empress staggered forward, wanting to hug that figure, but it was all in vain. In a daze, in the last brilliant silver firelight, she saw a silver-robed youth with a white horse smiling at her. He was so otherworldly, and his snow-white teeth were very brilliant. The undying Heaven Empress felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This was the scene of their first meeting, and he was so peerless. Boom! The silver light exploded, and everything ceased to exist. That figure had been obliterated, but it had forever been imprinted in her heart. A heart-wrenching cry of grief came from this part of the cosmos. On the battlefield, Yi Fan and the others gazed into the depths of the cosmos. They hadn't sensed the appearance of a supreme being. Although they weren't completely at ease, they had calmed down a little. And at this time, the battle had been completely settled. There was no suspense left. The old deity shouted. They were mortal enemies with the bloodline of the undying Heaven Emperor, and it was impossible to resolve the enmity. They had been opposing each other since ancient times, and everything had to come to an end. Even though their greatest enemy was still living in the life-forbidden zone and couldn't be shaken, they could now settle this karma. Not to mention Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi Yitong, and the others, even the yellow-toothed old man, the woodcutter, and the others took action. There was no mercy on the battlefield, only life and death. This was a massacre. Blood dyed the sky red, and the sun and moon lost their light. No one knew how many people had died, and this place had become a battlefield of carnage. The descendants of the 8 tribes were all killed, and countless powerful races that followed the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor were also killed. Even the starry sky was dyed red, and it was a tragic sight. In the end, the heavenly soldiers and the people of the Holy Ji Palace and God's organization couldn't kill anymore. Yi Fan and the woodcutter had long since stopped, and only then did it end. The leaders were all executed, and the rest surrendered and were all suppressed. This place became a blood-stained demonic land, and after thousands of years, it became a terrifying burial ground. Anyone who spoke of it would change their expression. This battlefield was preserved and written into the annals of history. Tens of thousands of years later, there would still be people coming here to pay homage and reminisce. In the depths of the starry sky, the undying Heaven Empress knelt on the ground and sobbed. "You are no longer here, and I have missed out on another life with you. What meaning is there? Just which restricted area is this? I will get revenge for you." She didn't know if Ning Fei succeeded in killing the Supreme Being, but he had indeed died in battle. Her eyes were filled with madness, and she wanted to get revenge regardless of the price. "Underworld Emperor Old Ghost, I can't give you the Heavenly Emperor's blood that you want. I want revenge." The undying Heaven Empress went crazy, laughing loudly as if she had gone mad. Blood continuously dripped from the space between her brows. It was first bright red like a blood diamond, and then other colors appeared. In the end, it condensed into 5 colors that were brilliant and dazzling. It turned into an immortal phoenix in front of her head, spreading its wings and taking to the skies. This was the blood of the undying Heaven Empress, and it possessed the characteristics of the undying immortal medicine. The murderous aura and laws within had long been cleanly refined into her body, extending her life for another life. However, now she was carrying out a reversal, producing the phoenix blood once again. It condensed in front of her brows, erupting with resplendent radiance. Then she summoned that Tao platform once more, making it float in front of her, and then she poured all of the 5-colored divine blood onto it. The simple and unadorned Tao platform was like a sponge, absorbing all of the blood. Then it began to shine, and 5-colored divine radiance rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the cosmos. A void figure appeared on that platform. It was terrifying and enormous, shaking up this cosmos. It possessed a power as boundless as an ocean. "The Heavenly Emperor isn't willing to appear, so I have come to summon you. Divine warrior constructed from natural laws and order, you shall fight for the 8 armies of vengeance." The undying Heaven Empress said. Outsiders wouldn't have thought that the undying Heaven Empress Tao comprehension platform actually had this type of unmatched divine chain of order. It actually developed intelligence, constructing an indistinct figure. "Heaven Empress' understanding of me is too little. I already don't have the strength to fight. I was originally condensed from the power of faith, not the deity of this Tao platform. However, that mental power body has long been disregarded and suppressed, and now, only the remnant of natural laws remains. I won't be able to hold on for much longer," said this indistinct figure. Even the undying Heaven Empress was stupefied when she heard this. She immediately thought of many things. The undying Heaven Empress ruled over the world. His magical power was boundless, unparalleled in the world. He received the worship of all the races in the cosmos. Endless power of faith converged, forging an immortal divine body for him. That person was formed from mental power and was similarly incomparably terrifying, so much so that it was almost comparable to the undying Heaven Empress. That was because everything the Heavenly Emperor knew, that mental power body also knew. The two were originally the same person. "Your divine body has been suppressed by Wuxia. You are his remnant spirit." The undying Heaven Empress sucked in a breath of cold air. The Heavenly Emperor Supreme will has left and bestowed a new life upon me. However, I've let the Heavenly Emperor down. I've lost face for the Heavenly Emperor, said the remnant spirit. He had lost. Although his will wasn't as strong as the Heavenly Emperor's, that divine body wasn't much weaker. However, it was still suppressed. The Heavenly Emperor's technique has transcended nature, shaking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. He has seized so many fortunes on the path of immortality, and his strength is one of the best since ancient times. However, Wuxia is truly too heaven-defying and can even defy immortals. In a true battle, they will most likely be evenly matched, said the remnant spirit. The undying Heaven Empress was silent. She knew that if the undying Heaven Empress didn't come out, it wouldn't end with both sides suffering heavy losses. If he was in a confrontation with Wuxia, he might not be able to escape for the rest of his life. The Heaven Empress was rapidly aging. In an instant, her beautiful hair had turned white, and her beautiful face was also covered in wrinkles. She hugged the small silver halberd in front of her chest and said with a mournful smile, "It's useless even if I summon you." That might not be the case. If we must fight, I still have another method. The undying Heaven Empress was already running out of time. After forcing out the phoenix blood, she seemed to have aged several thousand years in an instant. She opened her mouth and said, "I don't have much life left. Please bring my bones and bury me at the place where the first divine general died in battle. Since you still have a method, then go and flatten that forbidden region." "This is against the rules," said the phantom. "I will summon you out as long as you do this. Moreover, Ning Fei might have already killed the Supreme Being there. You are only responsible for burying my bones." The undying Heaven Empress said in a mournful voice. She didn't have much time left. She was heavily wounded, and her heart was wounded. Her lifespan had been stripped away. Her hair was white, and her face was red. Her life was approaching its end. "All right, I will do my best," said the figure on the phoenix platform. Then, he began to chant an ancient incantation. Runes flickered, and then they turned into the rules of the great Tao that rushed into the universe. He was summoning a supreme treasure, a sect's most terrifying great killing weapon since ancient times. At the edge of the universe, chaotic energy surged violently. A heavenly blade as bright as lightning tore through the primal chaos. All kinds of essence energy from before the heavens opened surged over and entered the stone egg under the heavenly blade. If the woodcutter old man was here, he would definitely be shocked, because he had seen this scene many tens of thousands of years ago. He sealed himself in this era because he wanted to see a result. But in the 100 or 200 years since his awakening, he had never obtained anything. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this heavenly blade was exactly the same as the replica he obtained after killing the heavenly prince back then. This was the true undying heavenly blade. This blade's killing intent was oppressive, and energy waves were boundless. At first glance, it looked like a single entity. It was a simple and unadorned color, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was divided into 5 colors. It was actually forged from 5 types of divine metals, perfectly fusing together to form a whole. There was a rumor in the world that when all kinds of divine metals were melted together in a furnace and refined into a perfect emperor weapon, there was a chance that it would become an immortal weapon. Its offensive power would be unparalleled. After so many years had passed, the stone egg under the heavenly blade still hadn't come into being. There were no changes. It was devouring starlight and absorbing chaotic energy. At this time, the incantation of the ruined deity on the phoenix platform was sensed by the undying heavenly blade. It was summoning it, making it fight. Wiping out the forbidden region, impossible. Chapter 1717. The undying heaven blade was like the first ray of light before the creation of the world. The blade's body was sparkling and translucent, and the light it emitted was incomparably resplendent, intimidating people's hearts. The blade she spread out like the sea, shaking the ancient starry sky. This blade's reputation was too great. Since ancient times, there had always been a legend about it. The heaven blade symbolized the heavenly Tao, and this was the undying heavenly emperor's confidence. He saw himself as the number one since ancient times, and no one in the mortal world could rival him. The ruined deity's incantation revived it, but it didn't acknowledge it. Its attitude was cold and ruthless. Why did they sweep through the forbidden zone of life? It had no obligation to do so, nor could it do so. On this day, a resplendent saber light streaked across the sky, cutting through the boundless universe. The darkness and coldness were cut apart. The heavenly saber was present in this world, and nothing could stop it. The most terrifying radiance swept past. Even the stars in the sky dimmed, and nothing could contend against it. This blade possessed an indescribable divinity, and all the radiance in the world paled in comparison. It was awakened and moved. It cut open the great cosmos and directly arrived at the star domain where the undying Heaven Empress was. At this time, there was no Heaven Empress left, only a pile of bones. The once extremely beautiful woman had already disappeared. Death was the most simple law in the universe. Even if you were a great hero or a peerless beauty, you would still end up as a pile of bones in the end. All the myths about longevity would pale in comparison. Some people could endure for a long time, but in the end, they could not defy the heavens. She hopes that you can destroy the forbidden land. The remnant god said, "Nonsense." A ruthless voice came from Skyblade, interrupting his words. This heavenly blade was truly unordinary. The deity within was extremely clear-headed, as if there was a living great emperor that looked down on all directions. No one could look up to it, everyone had to lower their heads. "You dare kill the group of 8. Skyblade's voice was very cold. It once again cut open the starry sky and disappeared from this place. The remnant god sighed. This was all he could do. At most, he could bury the undying Heaven Empress. His divine body was forged from the power of faith of all living beings. Later on, he was bestowed with true life by the Heavenly Sovereign, and he was known as the Immortal Daoist. During the desolate Antiquity era, he was suppressed by the great Emperor Wuxia, and only a wisp of his remnant spirit was preserved in the Phoenix stage. Meanwhile, after using up all of that Phoenix blood, he would also die, because he was summoned out of the Phoenix platform. As the battlefield went further away, Yi Fan and the others retreated. Everyone constructed a stargate and prepared to set off. Suddenly, Yi Fan had a bad feeling. An ominous feeling shrouded his heart, causing his heart to palpitate and haze to linger. "Be careful for the next few days," he said seriously. The battle was over, and the 3 parties prepared to embark on their victorious return journey. The woodcutter elder and the old god felt uneasy as well. They felt that something was going to happen, but they didn't immediately lead everyone away. Instead, they seriously analyzed and deduced what was going to happen. The undying heavenly emperor might really still be alive. After killing his troops and wife, if he feels anything, it will definitely be a great disaster. I've even killed the heavenly prince. If he comes looking for me, I'll definitely be the first to be killed. Yi Fan said, "Master, the Black Emperor has been behaving strangely recently. What he said might really be something we should be wary of," Xianxia reminded. "Get into formation, the battle is not over yet." Yi Fan suddenly shouted. The 2 giants of the Holy Ji Palace and God's organization quickly gave their orders as well. They were about to retreat, but the fear in their hearts grew more and more intense. At their level of cultivation, their instincts were as sharp as the gods. Boom! Suddenly, before they could react, this part of the starry sky was cut open. A huge heavenly blade flew out and the stars exploded one after another. A large number of the heroes died instantly, and the place became a sea of blood. Ritual implements and broken bones flew together, and many people were killed before they could even scream. The attack came too quickly, no one able to defend against it. This blade cut through several half-emperor artifacts, turning those supreme treasures into fine powder, immediately exploding. "The undying heavenly blade," the woodcutter elder cried out. He had seen this weapon guarding a stone egg back then, and he finally saw it again in this life. Colorful lights shot out in all directions, and the blade chi was like an ocean, stirring up tens of thousands of waves, extinguishing the galaxy and pressing down on everyone. "Woo-woo, Dizun's horn rang out, and the old god blew it with all his might to resist the attack. The chaotic green lotus covered the sky, blocking the boundless blade chi of the heavenly blade. The two supreme treasures shone, protecting everyone, and the entire army was covered by a screen of light. Outside this area, the galaxy collapsed, and everything was destroyed, turning it into a land of death. Everyone was shocked, and their bodies went cold. Who could block such a powerful attack? This was a great disaster. Star domains were destroyed, and entire galaxies collapsed, turning into cosmic dust. Everything was destroyed with just a single slash of the blade. Everyone was trembling, and their bodies were cold. Many people were covered in cold sweat, and their bodies were wet. This was too terrifying. Just one attack had caused such a result. The dark turmoil was nothing more than this. If it wasn't for the Azure Emperor's weapon and Dizun's war horn at the front, would anyone here still be alive? They would probably be crushed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. This is too terrifying. Someone swallowed with difficulty, and his heart was full of bitterness. Was this still human? No one in the world could block such an attack. Is the undying heavenly emperor coming? Someone said with a trembling voice. A battle of this level made them lose all will to fight. If they went up, they would only die. The difference was too great. Chi! Another streak of snow-white blade radiance hacked over. This time, it was even more terrifying, forcing the old deity to wave the Dizun's horn. Woo-woo sounds rang out continuously, and the aura of an Dizun flowed out. The blade radiance tore through a corner of the defense, and blood immediately overflowed into the heavens. That group of experts all died, chopped into meat paste, and then annihilated together with the stars. The Heavenly Emperor's general summoning drum sounded, breaking free. This spoil of war flew out from the hands of the Celestial Court's troops, shaking Xianxia and the others until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This secret artifact struggled free, and returned to the undying heavenly blade. It merged with the stone egg, and was surrounded by chaotic energy. How were they supposed to fight? Everyone knew that this was the undying heavenly emperor's weapon. The heavenly blade had already appeared, so would that supreme deity appear? It's impossible for the undying heavenly emperor to come. He was blocked on the path to immortality by great Emperor Wuxia, and will never appear again in this generation. Yi Fan spoke. He couldn't let everyone feel fear. He couldn't help but admit that the undying heavenly emperor's reputation was too great. Just the revival of his weapon was enough to make everyone's faces pale and lose their will to fight. If this person's true body appeared, perhaps only Dizun and great Emperor Wuxia could stop him. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster. Fight! The old deity shouted. He, the woodcutter old man, and Yi Fan all had supreme weapons in their hands. They confronted the heavenly blade, and there was no way out. They could only fight to the end. Boom! The heavenly blade was too powerful. There was no one leading it at all, and it revived on its own. Everything was under its control, and it carried out a massacre. The blade radiance was fierce. The woodcutter old man met the attack with the Azure Emperor's weapon. A terrifying collision occurred between the two, and divine blood immediately sprayed out. The woodcutter old man coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body became dim as cracks appeared. This was a great collision of extreme Tao. Even with the protection of the Azure Emperor Lotus, there were still shockwaves that caused him to suffer serious injuries. The sky behind the heavenly blade shattered, and the starry sky behind the Azure Emperor Lotus also caved in. Many people died. This result made people's hearts ache. This blade had a demonic nature, and it was too terrifying. A drum sound rang out. The Heavenly Emperor's general drum released strands of chaotic energy, wrapping around the stone egg and flying away, disappearing into the cosmic sea. There was more than one emperor weapon here, and the undying heavenly blade was also quite apprehensive, fearing that something unexpected would happen. All of you, quickly retreat. Yi Fan shouted. The heaven-devouring evil jar above his head rose and fell as he blocked in front. Stargates appeared one after another. They had already been constructed before, and now they quickly took shape. The great army retreated in large numbers. However, the undying heavenly blade clearly didn't want to let them go. It shrunk to 1 zhang in length. It was no longer as shocking, but it was even more terrifying. It was like a streak of lightning, tearing apart the void, rushing over, preparing to unleash a slaughter in all directions, kill everyone. Ding. Yi Fan walked up, his entire body's blood boiling. The heaven-devouring evil jar rushed into the heavens, colliding with that heavenly blade. A deafening sound rang out. This strike shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood as he flew outwards. Even though the heaven-devouring evil jar blocked the great murderous power, there were still some aftershocks. The void trembled. The heavenly blade cut apart the cosmos, disappearing from this place. It suddenly appeared from the star gates. This was a great disaster. The Allied army's losses were disastrous. It was just a single blade, yet 20% of the army was erased, dying forever, turning into a bloody mist, their bodies and spirits erased. This was still the result of the heaven-devouring evil jar and primal chaos green lotus suppressing over at the same time, protecting this world. Otherwise, not a single person would have survived, all of them dying. The undying heavenly blade defied the world, too terrifying. It revived on its own and carried out attacks, no one able to stop it. Pooh! Pang Bo exploded. He just happened to be near a star gate. Even though he wasn't struck by the blade, he was blasted apart by the aftershocks. In addition, a few of the 12 saints who were brothers with Longma also fell one after another, turning into bloody paste. Yi Fan's eyes were about to split open as he shouted loudly and rushed forward. Woo! The blade whistled through the sky, and the radiance changed directions. It encountered Yi Fan's disciple and hacked downwards towards Yi Tong. The immortal light of the sun shot out. Yi Tong turned into a streak of divine radiance. The travel character allowed him to exceed extreme speed, but he was still swept by the aftershocks and exploded there. The heavenly blade didn't hit, and the laws of the great emperor didn't land on his body either. However, this kind of powerful aftershock was just this terrifying. Yi Fan's heart was in intense pain. He painstakingly defeated Phoenix Nest, thinking that he could change the future and force out the great calamity. In the end, he still couldn't break free. Komatsu was also slashed by a streak of ghostly radiance. Half of his body exploded, and the other half floated out. His tender face was full of pain, and his injuries were very terrifying. Yi Fan shouted loudly, "Heaven-devouring devil jar, fight! Not just revive, but come back to life. Recreate the power that you used to swallow the universe and suppress the undying heaven blade." Boom! Suddenly, a huge green lotus rose and took root in the void. The azure the arch weapon turned into a living immortal lotus. It propped up the universe, and the green leaves covered the sky, drowning this place. The undying heaven blade was blasted away and left this part of the starry sky. The danger was finally resolved. Pang Bo Yi Tong, Komatsu. Yi Fan rushed forward and picked up the remaining half of Komatsu's body. He urged all the blood energy in his body to help him force out the terrifying killing intent in his body. I'm fine. I'm still alive. In the distance, a tall and sturdy man was reassembling. He was bathed in divine light and stained with blood. Pang Bo had reappeared. "Master, I'm also alive." On the other side, Yi Tong appeared. In their hands, a pile of ashes scattered down. That was the damaged ancient chaos imperial talisman. It had helped them block this calamity, but the originally damaged ancient talisman had been completely burned to ashes this time. "Good, it's good that you guys are alive." Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. His nose was a bit sour and tears almost fell. Just now, he had once again experienced the parting of life and death. He deeply felt his own powerlessness and was filled with despair. The undying heaven blade is different from other weapons. "You guys retreat immediately," the woodcutter said, ordering everyone. Yi Fan also gave the same order. The only fortunate thing was that the azure the arch weapon and the heaven-devouring jar were also extraordinary. He would fight against the heaven blade with the other two giants. Chapter 17-18. The green lotus took root in the cosmos, absorbing the power of the void to strengthen itself. It was even larger than a heaven-reaching ancient tree, its roots thick and solid like horned dragons, entering the starry sky. It was growing explosively, supporting the cosmos, as if it was opening heaven and earth. Chaotic energy surged, and eventually, stars curled around it one after another, becoming decorations. This place was covered in green light. A green lotus supported the cosmos, scattering down endless strands of essence energy, protecting this place. The heavenly blade was forced back, not immediately attacking. Stargates were already built one after another. The great army left in batches, quickly withdrawing. This heavenly blade was too terrifying. If they didn't leave now, then everyone might die here. It was just as the woodcutter elder had said. This heavenly blade was different from other emperor weapons, close to immortality, exceeding normal reasoning, possessing incomparable offensive power. The heavenly blade was trembling, its entire body bright, shining with endless glory. It hacked over again, world shaking. Yi Fan released a long roar, his thick long hair standing on end. He activated the heaven-swallowing demonic jar, fighting back. With a dang sound, it collided with the heavenly blade, both weapons trembling fiercely. After an intense confrontation, the heaven-swallowing demonic jar was still the same, incomparably simple and unadorned, not showing any special changes. On the contrary, the undying heavenly blade became even more resplendent, divine light erupting, shaking the distant starry river until it completely collapsed. The entire star domain exploded, turning into cosmic dust. This type of scene was like the end of the world, leaving everyone in despair. How were they supposed to resist? What could they use to block it? This heavenly blade was too powerful, truly representing the will of the heavenly Tao, incomparable. Yi Fan backed up, a strand of blood flowing out from the corner of his lips. This was caused by the undying heavenly blade's divine force shaking, even someone as powerful as his body was injured. A streak of dazzling light flashed past. That heavenly blade turned into a zhang in length, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, avoiding the heaven-swallowing jar and rushing towards the green lotus. It still wanted to kill everyone, not letting them go. The primal chaos green lotus swayed, blasting out chaotic energy that covered the sky. The tremendous fluctuations shocked the human realm, making even the saints in the distant desolate edge of the cosmos tremble inwardly. The green deity's weapon came back to life and took root here, blocking the way forward. The undying heaven blade's attack was ineffective. It was unable to break in and was blocked outside. All the leaves were swaying, and the blue sea and blue sky appeared in the cosmos. This green lotus had a huge life force. It was as if it had come back to life, as if the arch had been reborn. This strange change stunned everyone. Sure enough, this weapon was not ordinary. It had a secret that outsiders could not understand. In any case, its defensive power was astonishing. It temporarily protected this place and bought time for everyone to retreat. The starry door flickered, and the army quickly left. Sky Blade floated up and down, suspended not too far away, confronting the people on this side. It was searching for an opening, wanting to rush in and unleash a massacre. The green lotus swayed, tens of thousands of leaves shining with clear splendor. It was like an enormous ancient tree, unexpectedly releasing waves of rustling pines, like a sea of trees swaying in the wind. Strands of green light flew out from the leaf, extending into the depths of the cosmos. Upon closer inspection, it was rushing towards the direction where the heavenly emperor drum had taken the stone egg. It was searching. What a good green lotus. You want to devour the essence energy of the immortal egg. A cold voice came from the undying heaven blade. It was somewhat ruthless and angry. The atmosphere became tense as both sides confronted each other. As expected of a weapon forged from 5 types of immortal gold. Do you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with venerable emperor? The old deity sighed. His heart was incomparably heavy. The enemy's strength was beyond imagination. And what he was worried about was not only this weapon, but also the undying heaven emperor. If he was still in this world, how could he resist? If Venerable Emperor did not revive, who else in this world could fight against him? The entire world became quiet. The Sky Blade was looking for an opportunity. It wanted to destroy everyone with the smallest price, and it did not want to truly fight to the death with Qing Emperor's weapon. Yi Fan was accumulating battle power. The blood in his body rumbled and surged, and the divine prohibition state had yet to recede. At this moment, he once again used the all-secret, and his body rumbled. Blood energy surged like the sea, and his entire body was enveloped in multicolored light. Even the top of his skull was steaming with bloody mist. The holy light outside his body burned fiercely, and he became a blazing deity-like existence. The woodcutter stood on the Qing Emperor Lotus and carried out a defense. The old deity blew the secret weapon, Venerable Emperor's bugle horn. The interference heaven blade was not a true imperial magical artifact, but it possessed a strange divine power. Yi Fan was the main attacker, and multicolored light blossomed in front of his frontal bone. Being in the divine prohibition domain, his body instinctively broke through the taboo, and his strength increased by a large margin. After using the all-secret, he became 10 times stronger. The space between his brows was as brilliant as a divine lamp that could illuminate through the ages. A golden little person walked out from the frontal bone. It sat cross-legged in the starry sky, and then its hands moved. Strands of celestial light flew out and entered the heaven-devouring jar. Yi Fan was using his primordial spirit to connect with the devil jar, and he used his heart to sense and awaken it. He firmly believed that this jar's power was unparalleled. A bronze ring appeared in the hand of the golden little person in front of his forehead, and it blossomed with brilliant celestial light. He softly called out, "Not to become an immortal." There was still half of the sentence that he did not say, and it was, "only to wait for you to come back in this mortal world." This sentence was like a curse, and it caused the devil jar hanging above his head to tremble. It released a huge wave of vitality, and then the sky trembled. The ring in the golden little person's hand was sparkling. It was made of ordinary copper, and the reason why it could be like this was completely due to the nourishment of divine power. As the ring flew up, it approached the devil jar. This emperor weapon trembled violently, and the devil face imprint on it looked like there were teardrops rolling down. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was shocking. This ring was given to Yi Fan by Ji Ziyue before they left. It was for him to use to save his life because this artifact had a great connection with the heaven-devouring jar. Back then, there was an immortal corpse that exploded in the bronze Immortal Palace, and this was the benefit that the Ji family obtained. It was the only artifact contained in the flesh, and it was a divine object that the ruthless great emperor treasured even more when he was alive. Ding! When the ring fell into the jar, a clear sound rang out. The heaven-devouring jar had completely awakened, and it swallowed the sun, moon, and stars. The radiance of the starry sea in the depths of the universe all gathered and entered the jar. The undying heaven blade shone brilliantly. It seemed to have sensed something and took the initiative to attack. It turned into a blazing light and hacked down, wanting to destroy the heaven-devouring devil jar. The blade light rushed into the sky, severing the universe and blocking all the starry radiance. It became the only thing that fell straight down, turning into a boundless divine waterfall. The heaven-devouring devil jar trembled as if a person was about to come back to life. It shook the ancient heavens, and many experts across the universe felt a strange feeling. It erupted with a heaven-overflowing battle aura. This kind of sharpness was definitely not weaker than the heaven blade's sharpness. Tens of thousands of great Dao symbols attacked the sky. With a boom, the two emperor weapons collided. This time, it was even more intense. The aura of opening the heavens engulfed this place, turning it into a boiling ocean. Yi Fan retreated and stood on the huge green lotus. At this point, he didn't even need to use it anymore. The heaven-devouring jar had come into being in a state that defied common sense, and it had truly come back to life to face the undying heaven blade. These two weapons couldn't be calculated with common sense, and they were unfathomable. At this moment, the universe collapsed. This was an intense battle after the two weapons came back to life. Only now did the heroes under the protection of the primal chaos Green Lotus let out a sigh of relief. They had finally blocked the Heaven Blade. The vicious Great Emperor's talent was unmatched, the most brilliant since ancient times. As expected, it wasn't just for show. He cultivated to such a heaven-defying level with an inferior physique. At this moment, a corner of the legend was revealed. The heavenly blade was like a rainbow as it continuously hacked down, weaving about in the sky. Lightning erupted, and the rain of light that descended was incomparably terrifying. Every single streak could destroy a star system. Meanwhile, there was already nothing left to destroy here. Most of the stars had already turned into dust. The heaven-devouring devil jar trembled. The lid flew up and erupted with auspicious brilliance. There were primordial spirit fluctuations that spread outwards, and the jar itself was like a bottomless pit as it devoured the essence energy of the world. In the end, a wave of immortal light flew out from the jar's opening and turned into chains. They wrapped around the undying heaven blade, wishing to drag it into the jar and completely suppress and refine it. Everyone's hearts jumped. This heaven-devouring jar was too powerful, about to directly devour the heaven blade. How domineering was this? Chang Chang. The heaven blade trembled, hacking apart streak after streak of immortal light, avoiding this type of devouring power. Then, it rushed over from the side like a waterfall, hacking towards the jar. Blade radiance flickered about, cold energy freezing the cosmos. Killing intent extended outwards. Even some of the stars in the distant cosmos sea became dim, shattered by its impact, their essence energy scattering. The radiance released by the heaven blade was like a starry river, vast and terrifying. It swept up the cosmos, tearing apart the darkness and shattering the ice-cold cosmos. The heaven-devouring devil jar released zheng-zheng sounds, releasing strings of sparks. It was sturdy and imperishable, not suffering any damage from the collision and hacking, withstanding the power of the heaven blade. Everyone was extremely nervous. After all, the heaven blade was forged from 5 types of immortal gold, refined into one. It was known to be able to reach the heavens, becoming an immortal artifact. Chapter 1719. This was a miracle. The great Empress Vicious had revived and reappeared in the mortal world. Everyone was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. This was simply the most inconceivable miracle. The jar turned into a human and reappeared in the mortal world. That figure became clearer and clearer as it emerged from the void. It walked out from the ancient times and broke free from the restraints of the river of time to live and enter the present world. Her beautiful hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. A tall and slender figure with exceptional beauty appeared as if she had walked out from a mythical world. She was transcendent like an immortal descending into the mortal world. Great Empress Vicious. Many people said with trembling voices. They were indescribably shaken. The person from the legends had appeared and was standing in the mortal world. Her temperament was transcendent as if she did not belong to this world. There was a type of otherworldly aura as if she could ascend to become an immortal at any time. Everyone was shaken. They stared unblinkingly at the most controversial, talented, and mysterious Great Empress. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her white dress accentuated her graceful and proud immortal appearance. Her skin was sparkling white as if it was carved from fine jade. Her style was unmatched. A powerful Great Empress was known as the #1 beauty since ancient times. She alone created 9 great immortal techniques that could contend against the highest 9 secrets of Taoism. She single-handedly resisted the 9 celestial beings. She was actually such a graceful woman. She slowly turned around. Everyone nervously held their breaths as they gazed forward in anticipation. They wanted to see her true appearance. Based on their intuition, they knew that this was definitely a beauty that could reign supreme under the heavens. They were disappointed because they could not see the Great Empress' true appearance. There was a devil mask on her sparkling white face, only revealing a pair of beautiful pupils that were as clear as autumn waters. That mask was naturally not unfamiliar to Yi Fan. It was precisely the design that accompanied the Great Empress throughout her life. Her joys and sorrows, her parting and reunions, everything about her was displayed within. This was the devil mask imprint on the heaven-swallowing jar. Now, it had turned into a mask that covered the face of that peerless beauty. No one could see through it. This made everyone feel regretful. The world's most stunning woman was mysterious and unfathomable. There were too many legends about her. Today, she had finally revealed her true appearance, yet they still could not see her true appearance. After letting out a soft sigh, everyone was content. How many outstanding talents and geniuses had not been able to meet the Empress, yet they had the chance to do so. This was like a fine jade beauty. Her figure was tall and slender, her entire body sparkling and pure white, without the slightest blemish. She quietly stood there, extremely quiet. It was hard to imagine that this was the powerful great Empress who had once swallowed the mountains and rivers and shocked all the races in the universe. She was the one who killed the Imperial Fire Spirit. She was the one who destroyed the broken Sky Mountain range with a single sword strike, turned the Holy Spirit royal family's ancestral grounds into ruins, and flattened a forbidden zone with a single sword strike. She was the one who fought against the 9 great celestial beings' backup. She even fought against the living ones. She conquered the 9 heavens and 10 earths and created the 9 ultimate profundities that were comparable to the 9 secrets. She was also the one who entered the Undying Mountain and sat under the Enlightenment Tea. The ancient emperor did not dare to speak and remained silent. She was also the one who entered the immortal ascension land of Kunlun and shattered the immortal ascension cauldron with a single palm. She killed 10,000 ancestral dragon heads with a finger and transcended the world. She ignored the wishes of the ginseng fruit tree and floated away. She was also the one who lived generation after generation and created the miracle of longevity, not to become an immortal, but to wait for you to return in this world of mortals. And these were only the bits and pieces of her life. There were too many things that had dissipated in the long river of time. Outsiders could not know, and the truth was buried in the past. People only knew that the great Empress' life was accompanied by controversy, but it was also full of legends. Her experiences and heaven-defying deeds were hard to count. It was precisely this kind of person who appeared again today. The great Empress is someone who has already defied the heavens. She created an unimaginable longevity method, someone said in astonishment. Even the old deity was trembling. He silently compared this woman and Di Zun. Could she live forever like this? How heaven-defying! Everyone was shocked to the extreme. What they had seen and heard was absolutely world-shattering and would be passed down in the future. The Empress possessed unmatched elegance. She quietly stood there, looking down on the world. Even someone as powerful as the undying heaven blade hesitated a bit. Should it still attack? It already swore that it would kill everyone here to get revenge for the 8 divisions. However, the woman before it was too terrifying, deep and immeasurable. You aren't the Empress, you are just a weapon. The heaven blade said. Its entire body erupted with radiance, but it didn't immediately attack. It was testing things out. The woman didn't say anything. She raised her left hand. On one of her delicate fingers was a ring made of bronze. It was rather simple, not an immortal treasure, but she treasured it greatly. She lowered her head and looked at that ring. There was a special type of radiance in her eyes. After a long time had passed, it became dim again, carrying unwillingness and gloominess. It made one's heart tremble and break. Chung. The undying heaven blade erupted with heaven-reaching immortal light, killing intent endless. It was as if mountains and rivers erupted, as if a great sea burst through a dam, as if the starry skies were collapsing. Rumbling sounds rumbled, blazing lightning submerging the cosmos. This place became a sea of natural laws. It was incomparably terrifying, destroying all life. The undying heaven blade hacked down. It was truly matchless and unstoppable. Everyone's souls were trembling. The heaven blade's power was too great, exceeding normal reasoning. However, when faced with this world-shaking strike, that exceptionally graceful woman didn't make any great movements. She only raised her right hand and struck upwards, gently slapping the heaven blade. This sound was like the cry of a dragon in the 9 heavens, like the cry of a phoenix in the immortal realm. The vibrating sound lingered on endlessly. All of the boundless blade energy between heaven and earth disappeared, disappearing just like that. This was an extremely abrupt change. Just now, it was still surging with killing intent, yet in the blink of an eye, a sparkling white palm slapped towards the sky, immediately calming this place. It was just too shocking. Shio. The undying heaven blade flew out in reverse, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. It floated in the boundless heavens. It was extremely shocked, feeling a trace of danger. This weapon could threaten it. The Empress lightly brushed her beautiful hair. The bronze mask was ice cold, her face gentle. This was a type of contradictory combination. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Only her lower jaw and eyes were exposed, so moving. Meanwhile, the devil mask seemed to lack vitality. Time flowed on, dust and sand everywhere. 200,000 years was enough to bury everything, yet she could still remain in this world, watching the world of mortals, recalling the past like smoke. Her eyes carried perplexity, sadness, and gloominess. She gazed into the distant northern Dipper star domain, into the depths of the starry sky. The blue seas turned into mulberry fields, everything changed. Even the star systems had collapsed who knew how many times. You are very strong, but I am the will of the heavenly Tao. Even I cannot contend against you. The undying heaven blade spoke. The blade was brilliant, almost translucent. Then, it began to burn fiercely. That was the flaring of natural laws, the immortal laws of the immortal bell. Yi Fan was shocked. He saw the indistinct divine chains of order, feeling a familiar aura. There was a portion of the immortal bell's laws within, condensing within the blade. He obtained the immortal bell's natural order chains from Mars, and now, they were imprinted within his all-life energy cauldron. Even though he didn't completely research these laws, he could still recognize them. The undying heavenly emperor was terrifying as expected. He had long imprinted a portion of the immortal bell's laws into the blade. This was to nurture a true immortal weapon, and the five-colored immortal gold was the best medium. The undying heaven blade flew down, and this time, the attack was even more vast. Killing intent engulfed the cosmos like waves, and the distant starry sea was collapsing. The blade cut through all ages. This time, two astonishing rays of light shot out from the Empress's eyes. She was completely different from her previous tranquility. It was as if she had awakened from a deep slumber, no longer quiet, turning into a war god. Her gaze pierced through the horizon, and her black hair fluttered about. The Empress rushed into the sky, taking the initiative to attack. Her power was shocking. She directly slapped the blade. Heavens, that is, the power of ascension. Many people cried out in alarm, trembling from excitement. Their bodies were convulsing. A rain of light scattered down, dancing like flower petals, covering the cosmos. That was the power of ascension, created specifically to resist the battle saint technique. Its offensive power was matchless. A rain of light filled the sky, as if someone was ascending, about to break through the world barrier and enter the immortal domain. It was too powerful. Just that type of aura alone made people tremble, unable to endure it. Even the great sage was subservient, kneeling on the ground, prostrating himself in worship, involuntarily kowtowing towards the Empress. The undying heaven blade changed directions. It actually didn't face the attack head-on, avoiding this attack. This was an inconceivable thing. It was unstoppable, destroying all things, yet today, it took the initiative to retreat. However, the Empress' power was unimaginable. Her body was like a dream, and the river of time seemed to have frozen, stopping for her. She turned into a streak of immortal light and streaked past. This was the immortal Tao law comparable to the travel character. It disappeared in a flash, chasing after the undying heaven blade, lightly pressing down with a palm. Ding. This sound shook the endless blue skies. The cosmos collapsed, and the undying heaven blade flew outwards. The blade radiance that filled the sky became dim. The deity within the blade was shaken. If it didn't explosively retreat again at the crucial moment, that attack's power would have been many times greater. If that happened, would it have been able to completely endure it? This woman was too demonic. She was a heaven-defying existence. Everyone was stupefied. The Empress had only made a single move, yet the powerful undying heaven blade was already sent flying. The blade lost its luster and was slightly trembling. This was simply too shocking. Is the legend true? Can she really break through the immortal realm's barrier and grasp the power of the fairy realm? Everyone couldn't help but ask this question. Their hearts were palpitating, and they didn't dare believe it. It's clearly just a weapon. It definitely can't be that person from back then. The undying heaven blade said to itself. It was full of anger and impatience. It was like a wild beast, swallowing the spiritual essence of the world. The cosmic sea was about to be extinguished, and all of the starlight was gathering towards it. The Empress didn't immediately follow after it. When she saw it like this, she crossed her hands and slowly raised them. It was as if she was holding a precious vase, and she aimed it at the undying heaven blade. Slowly, a precious vase of the great Tao appeared in those sparkling and translucent hands. There were 3,600 symbols on it, and the mouth of the vase was aimed at the undying heaven blade. The undying heaven blade's murderous aura was like the sea, but it felt a terrifying chill, as if a giant beast was staring at it. Without thinking, it shifted its position and dodged the attack. However, the Empress's speed was too fast. She controlled the dragon with her delicate hands and changed directions. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The universe collapsed. The power that gushed out from the precious vase was as vast as the sea. There were millions and millions of symbols, and it directly submerged the undying heaven blade. As for the boundless blade energy, it was completely dispersed. The heavenly blade flew and was almost broken. It used a substitution technique, and another virtual body exploded there. It also suffered serious injuries. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything changed too quickly, and they couldn't accept it. The insufferably arrogant heavenly blade was now being suppressed by the Empress. This doesn't make sense. She's just a weapon and not a real person. How could this happen? The heavenly blade was furious. A delicate and sparkling white jade foot descended, and without a sound, it appeared in the void. The Empress suddenly appeared. She was the most glorious person in the world. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind, and her style was unmatched. She stepped on the heavenly blade. Chapter 1720. This scene, how could anyone remain calm? A pure white jade-like foot stepped on the heaven blade, facing the astral winds of the universe, peerless in style. This kind of beautiful and shocking scene, even after many years had passed, it still remained in people's hearts and was difficult to erase. That was the undying heavenly emperor's weapon, yet it was suppressed just like that. It was just like a legend. This type of battle accomplishment made one's heart surge, blood surging. They wanted to shout along with it. Roar. Suddenly, the heavenly blade actually emitted a human roar. It was like the violent waves of the deep sea striking the heavens, causing people to feel horrified. The heavenly blade surged with energy, and with a hong sound, the entire place was shaken to the point of exploding. This type of destruction natural laws collapsed the cosmos, turning this place into an expanse of vile land after a great calamity. It was ruined, primal chaos overflowing. The heaven saber disappeared. The Empress moved and soared through the air. The abyss-like void didn't swallow her up. She changed her position, her clothes still fluttering in the wind, and she looked otherworldly. A heavenly river stretched across the sky. That was the reappearance of the undying heavenly blade, appearing in another part of the starry sky. It rested there, its killing intent shocking the human world. It was furious. Who was it? Among the weapons, they were already considered to be the most respected. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Yet today, they were being trampled underfoot. This was something that had never happened before. Such a stain could never be erased in this lifetime. If it wanted to wash away this humiliation, it could only kill the woman in front of it. Only then would it be able to get rid of everything that had just happened. Otherwise, this humiliation would follow it for the rest of its life. The heaven knife swayed, and a group of gods and demons appeared around it. With another flash, a rain of light appeared. It was also the power of the fairy realm, and it was surrounded by the northern celestial light. Everyone was shocked. Did this heavenly blade connect to immortality? It was rumored that those were all things on the path of immortality, yet it actually absorbed so many of them, and now it was released. Rumble. At the heavenly blade's sides, 100,000 gods and devils roared. These were all heavenly geniuses it had killed before, and now they became devil souls for it to use. They endured its natural laws and Tao, dancing together to increase its killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of emperor artifact had long mutated, fast like a person, understanding all types of secret methods, displaying them one after another, carrying out a great confrontation. Boom! The magnificent army galloped forward. The heavenly blade carried unmatched divine might as it slaughtered over. All types of natural laws and secret techniques erupted at the same time. This was an attack that wanted to shatter the heavens and see the emperor's blood. The great empress waved her hands, and all sorts of starlight danced in the air, forming the bodies of experts in front of her. With a flick of her sleeves, the million-strong army charged forward. Every single one of them contained a strand of supreme natural law. It looked like scattering stars to form soldiers, but it definitely wasn't just that. It was because this was a technique she created to resist the army character. As expected, as her hands moved again, the heaven blade shook violently as if it was being pulled by a terrifying force. It was about to be pulled over. At the same time, the million figures rushed over murderously, killing gods and devils, slaughtering the experts, scattering immortal light, shattering everything. Everyone saw the other side of Sovereign Ruthless. Although he was peerless and magnificent, his attacks were incomparably sharp and terrifying, directly destroying those gods and devils with a single strike. His killing intent was extremely heavy. The blade radiance shot out by the undying heaven blade blossomed and collapsed. It struggled free from the great empress' control, but in the end, it didn't fly over. It suspended in the distance and didn't attack for a long time. It was reflecting. This weapon was abnormally powerful. It began to suspect whether this was the heaven-devouring jar or a great emperor that defied the heavens and came back to life. I am about to evolve into an immortal weapon. Why are you also so powerful? Could it be that the person behind you still hasn't died and has been continuously refining you for so many years, turning you into an immortal weapon? However, you still shouldn't be able to surpass me. From the Heaven Blade's words, one could see its arrogance. It didn't believe that there was an emperor weapon more powerful than it in this world, because it had an absolutely great background. I merged with more than one imperial magical artifact to have this kind of accomplishment. What qualifications do you have? It stared at the great empress. The reply was a flying immortal art. A rain of light scattered down, illuminating the cosmos. It was as if the most dazzling fireworks were blossoming at the end of the world, becoming eternal. A loud dang sound rang out. The undying heaven blade flew out and was almost shattered. It continuously moved through the air and continuously retreated, dispersing this attack with great difficulty. This time, it was even more moved. Its entire body flourished with radiance and began to speculate. Could it be that you really aren't a weapon, but rather a great emperor? The great empress didn't say anything and walked over with her bare feet. She was aloof and otherworldly, yet she possessed such great destructive power. Throughout the ages, how many people could contend against her? Her hands overlapped and formed a precious vase stance. She was like a fairy descending to the lower realm, stirring up the 10 great wastelands. As soon as she raised the precious vase, there was a type of cosmos collapsing fluctuation that spread. The great Tao precious vase reappeared, suspending above her head. The opening of the vase was aimed at the heaven blade, and a terrifying beam of light shot out. It was ferocious and tyrannical, incomparable. Ding! The heaven blade flew out and was struck head-on. The radiance immediately dimmed to its lowest point, and right at this moment, a sharp and clear sound rang out. A crack appeared on its surface. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The great empress was truly unmatched, almost shattering the insufferably arrogant, undying heaven blade. Just how powerful was this attack to destroy the undying heaven blade? The heaven blade trembled. With a single move, it crossed half of the starry skies, standing in the dusky sky dome. It was furious. This was a humiliation it would never be able to get rid of. It truly wasn't her opponent. 5-colored immortal light streaked past. That crack shrunk a bit, but it didn't disappear. Unmatched divine will, with the power of all life, in the name of the heavenly emperor, command the wills that once existed, the consciousness that didn't scatter, to return together. The heaven blade roared loudly. It shone again, but this time, it didn't approach the great empress. Instead, it displayed a type of ancient secret method, using a type of forbidden power from the distance. This was related to the power of faith. It condensed the sea of consciousness of the past, guiding the divine senses of those who still worshipped the heavenly emperor and believed in the heavenly emperor, reassembling their faith. The undying heavenly emperor was the supreme deity of the past. He was worshipped by all races, so there were naturally many people who believed in him. Even now, they were still chanting his name. At this moment, his forbidden secret method was effective. Hong long long. Endless willpower converged. It was shockingly tremendous. This was the power of all life, and the heaven blade wasn't just a simple summon. The undying heavenly emperor had previously created this type of magical technique, possessing a specialized divine ability. It was terrifying and exceptional. The willpower reorganized itself, arranging itself according to special rules, forming a type of exceptional Dao law. Then, it condensed on the blade radiance, turning into a heavenly river that hacked outwards. This sound was like thunder collapsing the heavens, as if blazing lightning splitting the earth, destroying this part of the world. This was the application of willpower, and it was displayed to the extreme. It was hard for everyone to believe that a heaven blade, just an emperor weapon, was actually like a great emperor. All types of magical laws and secret techniques appeared endlessly, leaving everyone shocked. The great empress' forehead shone. Through the bronze mask, it released heaven's shocking auspicious light that scattered over. Yi Fan's mind jumped. This was a divine technique similar to the before secret technique, specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit, yet it was displayed by a weapon. It really was too strange. Even if she was a great emperor's body, it shouldn't be like this. Was she really just an emperor weapon? This type of light was extremely special. When it scattered into the cosmos, all of the power of faith was ignited. Even though it turned into a type of heavenly Dao law, exceeding its original power, it still couldn't resist. With a honglong sound, even the cooperation of many powerful races and endless creatures couldn't do anything. Under the illumination of the light released by the great empress' forehead, they were all scattered, disintegrated, and burned. Impossible, you aren't a weapon, you are still alive. The heaven blade cried out. It represented the pinnacle of emperor weapons, so how could it be defeated like this? When it saw the other party's forehead shine, it realized that it was wrong before. This was a living person. Yi Fan also stared at the great empress, also carefully observing her. His mind was full of questions. Calculate the heavens, calculate the earth, deduce the Dao fruit, let me see what's going on with you. The heaven blade said to itself. It was unwilling to accept such a defeat. That was because the heaven-devouring pot's current performance seemed to be comparable to the immortal cauldron and the immortal bell. It was incomparable. Everyone was shaken to the extreme. Moreover, the undying heaven blade was too special. It was like a living supreme being, knowing all kinds of secret techniques and techniques. It didn't seem like a weapon at all. With a dang sound, the heaven blade shook violently, and 2 cracks appeared on its surface. However, the blade also reflected a blurry scene that disappeared in a flash. It cried out in alarm, "There is indeed something strange. Your true body is still alive, and even though you are an old body, you still have a portion of vitality. You can be considered a living dead person." When these words came out, not to mention the undying heaven blade itself, even this part of the cosmos shook and trembled thrice. Everyone's hearts palpitated. What kind of news was this? The great empress was still alive? Over 200,000 years had passed, yet she was still in the mortal world. Where was she now? Everyone was greatly shaken. This news was too astonishing. They couldn't help but tremble as they recalled her life. The Empress really did what she said. Not to become an immortal, but to wait for you to return from the mortal world. Her determination, her conviction, and her vow had yet to dissipate. She stood at the other end of the starry sky, standing in the mortal world. What kind of determination was this? It was too shocking. Everyone felt their blood boiling and their primordial spirits trembling. Only Yi Fan could still be considered calm. After so many years, he had already understood some things regarding the Great Empress, so this result was not out of his expectations. However, for the people of the world, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Had the Great Empress achieved immortality? After the undying Heaven Blade understood the result, it first became silent, but then it felt relieved. It wasn't defeated by a pure Emperor weapon. This was the greatest consolation for it. However, it was also frightened. The undying Heavenly Emperor had an enemy. Now, there wasn't just one Great Empress Wuxia. There was another Great Empress, and they were definitely experts of the same level. Go. This was the first decision it made after understanding the secret. The heaven-devouring jar had revived due to special reasons, allowing the Empress to become half alive. It was impossible for it to be her opponent. However, the Great Empress cut off its path, not allowing it to escape. Formation extermination. The Heaven Blade shouted loudly. A vast formation pattern appeared. This was a great imperial formation left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor. The people of the world trembled because this was a flawless formation. Apart from the Great Empress, who else could break it? The Empress didn't disappoint. She didn't ponder or try to deduce and directly attacked. As she stepped forward, immortal light flickered and a row of Empresses appeared. There were a total of 9 of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Yi Fan was shaken. This couldn't be a supreme secret technique created to deal with the all-secret, right? The 9 figures weren't stable, and after unleashing a single attack, they vanished. The flawless Heavenly Sovereign Grand Formation was instantly destroyed. It wasn't a complete secret technique and wasn't equivalent to 10 people attacking at the same time. However, it was still extremely terrifying and shocked everyone. If this secret technique was successfully researched, one person could turn into 10 great empresses. Just the thought of it made everyone tremble and their bodies go cold. This was a true immortal technique. It was truly heaven-defying. Gotcha. Even though the undying Heaven Blade had avoided the great storm and attack, it was still struck by the Empress' true body. The blade broke apart and turned into a glaring cold light. Everyone was stupefied. Chapter 1721. The undying heavenly blade that was known as the number 1 blade since the ancient times broke. Cold light swept through the stars, divine radiance illuminating the world. This result left everyone shocked. Meanwhile, the Empress was powerful to an indescribable degree, bare-handedly tearing apart an Emperor artifact. One has to understand that this artifact was different from the masses and couldn't be judged with normal reasoning. It was already close to an unmatched immortal artifact. It was as if an expanse of the starry sky collapsed. The heavenly blade became the source of destruction. It was broken into 2, cold light engulfing everything. It was like a silver waterfall, but also like a vast ocean, torrential and unending. This was its unwillingness and anger. The once invincible weapon had actually fallen to such a state. Humiliation and sullenness, as well as the pressure of survival, caused it to explode. However, it couldn't change anything. Its own rupture had long become a foregone conclusion, and this was an indescribable bitter fruit. Xiao! The undying heavenly blade entered the void. It wished to escape, not wishing for its soul to truly perish here. Meanwhile, during this process, the 2 halves of the blade were extremely strange. They both surged with scarlet multicolored light, as if they were bright red blood. It was a ghastly sight, and then they joined together. What is this? Everyone was shocked. This is the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold's ultimate profound mystery. The old deity said, his eyes flickering with radiance. True to its name, the scarlet phoenix blood gold possessed the characteristics of the immortal phoenix bird. It could undergo nirvana and be reborn. Skyblade was clearly undergoing such a metamorphosis to protect himself. The scarlet multicolored light that gushed out was the natural laws and profound mysteries of the phoenix blood scarlet gold. It was born while bathed in immortal blood. At this type of critical moment, the undying heavenly blade displayed its heaven-defying side. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder there was a legend that in order to become an immortal artifact, one needed to smelt all kinds of divine metals. This wasn't without reason. Every single type of divine metal had its own supreme quintessence. For example, the divine scar violet gold could imitate the remnant great Daoist of the world and capture the quintessence of the scriptures in the ruins. This phoenix blood scarlet gold represented undying and revival. It could undergo nirvanic rebirth. This was a type of astonishing potential. Of course, there was no shortage of divine metal, but not everyone could refine weapons to this level. The source characteristics of supreme treasures also needed to be developed. What a terrifying heavenly blade! It really is going to be invincible under the heavens. If it is given time, once it transforms into an immortal artifact, it won't be able to be destroyed even if we want to. Scarlet blood dyed the starry sky, and the broken blade reformed. The great empress stepped forward and attacked again. At the same time, the green lotus of chaos that had taken root in the voids suddenly moved. It disappeared from its original position and headed straight for the deepest part of the universe, where the stone egg had disappeared. Heaven Blade roared. This time, it was truly anxious, even more so than if it had been smashed into pieces. That was the immortal egg it was guarding, and it had yet to be born. Nothing could happen to it. It frantically attacked, its entire body burning with bloody light. Phoenix blood scarlet gold surged, gushing out like true blood. At the same time, the other 4 types of divine gold also moved rhythmically, each displaying great divine abilities, wishing to escape into the void. Skyblade unleashed the most powerful attack of his life. He sliced open the universe and fled toward the stone egg to stop the destruction of the Qing Supreme Thearcha's weapon. The Empress followed him unhurriedly. "All of you retreat," Yi Fan ordered. Just now, many people had stopped to watch. With the protection of the Lotus Emperor, they were not worried. Now, all 3 weapons were rushing towards the cosmic sea. Although they wanted to know the result, they understood that it was too dangerous. After hearing the order, they left in an orderly manner. The old god Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man, the 3 peerless experts rushed toward the cosmic sea. They hoped to see the result, and if necessary, they would fight to the death. That heaven blade was truly a great threat. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not keep up with the rhythm of the 3 weapons. Along the way, they saw broken galaxies, destroyed galaxies, and ruins one after another. Finally, they saw some fragments of time. That was the final battlefield. The green lotus of chaos found the stone egg, and one of its roots tore open the universe like a dragon. It took root and went straight for the immortal egg. Heaven Blade attacked with all his might, wanting to cut off that root of the green lotus and not let it get close to the stone egg. Behind him, the great empress acted calmly. Her whole body was enveloped by the light rain of the fairy realm. Her jade-white hands began to form seals and pressed forward. The Sky Emperor drum vibrated and blocked the front of the stone egg. The green root pierced through the drum's skin and took root. This scene was shocking. The heaven blade roared angrily and shattered the galaxy. It burned itself to display a power that surpassed common sense. It disappeared in an instant and cut through the river of time. It blocked the root of the green lotus in front of the stone egg and then chopped down. The green emperor lotus was incomparably huge, and its main body was not far away. Its branches and leaves covered the entire universe. This was only one of its many roots. It did not take the heaven blade head-on and retracted at the right time. However, just from the fact that it could penetrate the Sky Emperor General Drum with a single strike, one could tell that it was extremely frightening and astonishing. In the distance, the old god, Yi Fan, and the woodcutter old man looked at each other. Indeed, none of them were weak. Regardless of whether it was the last great emperor after the primordial era, the Sky Emperor revered by all races, or the most talented and ruthless person in history, they were all heaven-defying. The great empress had arrived. She walked calmly without any emotional fluctuations. She seemed to have sensed something, and her hands moved slowly. This part of the cosmic sea was suddenly filled with powerful astral winds. It was about to be destroyed. You all have gone too far. I would rather sleep for 10,000 years in exchange for the undying Sky Emperor to come down to the lower realm and invite the Supreme Ming to descend. The Heaven Blade shouted crazily. It had been forced into a desperate situation. It had no choice but to use the path of destruction. Even though it was known as the Undying Heaven Blade, just like the Sky Emperor of the past, it was difficult to kill. It still had to pay a great price. The blade burned and shone. A mysterious and unfathomable power spread outwards, summoning a supreme power. With caw-caw sounds, the Heaven Blade was covered in cracks. Then, it continuously collapsed. It actually broke into 7 or 8 pieces, paying an unimaginably terrifying price. Long, an illusory figure descended. It was a tall man. Even though it was hazy and indistinct, making it hard to see clearly, one could still feel his power. He was the undying Sky Emperor. On the other side of the River of Stars, the woodcutter old man, Yi Fan, and the old god's expressions changed. This supreme expert of history had truly appeared, and he actually had this kind of method. It's not his true body, just a void figure. After calming down a bit, he said calmly, "This was something the Sky Emperor left behind in the past, and not the true phoenix body descending into this world." Bang! The Empress made her move, facing the void figure head-on. She immediately used the power of ascension. Within the rain of light, that pure white palm seemed incomparably sharp and powerful. After the undying Sky Emperor's void figure saw the scene before him, he was clearly shocked. He stared at the Empress and the Green Lotus, but he did not confront them. Instead, his body scattered, turning into a blazing Dao Law wrapping around the broken Heaven Blade, Sky Emperor Drum, and Stone Egg. He escaped into the chaotic star sea ahead. The Green Lotus and the Empress chased after him, not stopping. Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man both sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Since the undying Heaven Blade paid such a great price to summon a void figure, escaping most likely wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, they were all horrified. What exactly was that stone egg to make the Heaven Blade care so much that the undying Sky Emperor left behind a void figure to protect it? One had to know that even the Heavenly Prince and the undying Sky Empress had never received this kind of treatment. The difference was extremely obvious. After a long time, in the chaotic star sea, a simple and unadorned jar landed in Yi Fan's hand. With a ding sound, a ring fell into his palm. A green lotus returned to its normal size, floating in the void. The battle had ended. Yi Fan and the others stood in silence for a long time, then said their goodbyes to each other, preparing to step on their own paths back. There are many possibilities in the future, and they are ever-changing. They might not necessarily come true. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He looked at the old god, because the Black Emperor had predicted that the old god would die under the Heaven Blade, but the result was not like that. The old god had survived. However, just as he finished speaking, the old god, who had stepped into the star door, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body staggered a little, and he turned back to Sai, saying, "I've already been hit by a streak of blade chi, and I still have a few decades to live. I'll go back and make arrangements for the future generations." Yi Fan was stunned. He had originally thought that he had already deviated from the path of the future, but now he felt a chill. Were some general trends really hard to change? In the end, the old god was going to die. He had long been injured by the Heaven Blade, but it had just been delayed for a period of time. Yi Fan had destroyed the Phoenix Nest, killed all the divine generals, and forced the undying Heaven Empress into a dead end. He had gotten rid of this great threat, but could he really solve this once and for all? He thought of the underworld. In the future, it was these two great powers that destroyed the Celestial Court, killed Ziyu, Komatsu, Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, Little Purple, and the others, and now the underworld had yet to be pacified. This meant that a tragedy might still happen. He could not relax yet, and he could not let out a sigh of relief. He still had to fight and make himself stronger. When they were bidding farewell, Yi Fan bluntly said that he wanted to give the old god Bodhi branches and leaves, as well as the king of medicine, and other things for him to heal. However, he was tactfully refused, because the old god knew that the blade chi had entered his primordial spirit, and he would definitely die. It was not something that could be reversed by immortal medicines. And now, the reason why he could not die was because he had used his life's Dao fruit to suppress his body. Once he relaxed, he would instantly disintegrate, and his primordial spirit would explode in the starry sky. The end of this battle had a great impact. The universe was in an uproar, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. The illustrious phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the insufferably arrogant, undying Heaven Empress had fallen in the starry sky. This news was too shocking. Everywhere in the universe, many great powers were shaken, and the clamor in the outside world was deafening. In this battle, Yi Fan had consecutively killed 3 divine generals. His name had spread throughout the starry sky, and he was known as the person with the greatest potential on the great emperor's road. From this day onwards, whoever wanted to step on the emperor's road would have to pass through him. This was a reality that was placed in front of all the supreme experts who had ambitions on the emperor's road. The rise of the celestial court was already unstoppable. It had truly soared into the heavens, and it had become one of the strongest powers in the universe. The phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the celestial court had replaced it. Together with the Dao Palace, the underworld, and the others, they had become the giants of the universe, ruling over all regions and commanding the heavens. Boom! Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, a riot came from the depths of the universe. That was the aura of a supreme being pervading, and it instantly swept through the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains everywhere. The first divine general of the ancient heaven. Yi Fan sensed it immediately. The battle between the youth and the emperor of the underworld hadn't ended yet. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If he was defeated, it might cause a dark upheaval. Chapter 1722. An imperial aura spread, but it quickly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. However, everyone's hearts were filled with nervousness and fear as they silently waited. Nothing happened even after a long time had passed. Did the great chaos end? What happened to the divine general of ancient heaven? The people of the world were puzzled and uneasy as they quietly waited. However, in the end, nothing happened. The cosmos was still as calm as before. Everything was peaceful, no dark chaos erupting. In the end, he completely let go of his worries. However, the underworld wasn't this peaceful. Underworld Earth was in ruins. It had experienced an unimaginable calamity. It was unknown just how many stars fell from this black and gloomy land. There were craters everywhere. Mists curled about. Below those craters were burial grounds. The entire underworld was a sea of corpses. Now, it had been smashed apart and reappeared in the world. It was hard for people to imagine just how this place was formed. It was as if all of the creatures of the cosmos were buried together. Underworld Emperor held a war spear in his left hand and a black golden shield in his right. There was even an underworld spear on his back. He stood on this black land for a long time before slowly turning around and walking into the sea of corpses. Cough. Outside underworld Earth, a youth was laughing. He was also coughing out blood, but he was still just as brilliant and extraordinary. How could someone like me die like this? If I don't bury a life-restricted region, I would be letting myself down. The youth laughed loudly before turning around to leave underworld Earth. His injuries were extremely serious, but this could be considered a miracle. He hadn't truly achieved the Tao and wasn't a great emperor yet he dared to cause such a great disturbance, almost splitting the great Earth of the underworld apart. The youth laughed loudly. Blood scattered everywhere as he left alone through the starry skies. In the end, he walked faster and faster until he tore apart the cosmos. He entered the boundless starry river and turned into a brilliant shooting star. The void exploded. The number 1 divine general of ancient heaven walked out. There was a phoenix platform in front of him, as well as a void figure, as well as an expanse of ashes. "It's you?" Undying Daoist's ruined deity was shocked. "I was worried that the Empress would bring disaster to everyone, so I left behind an imprint to track her down and beat her up when necessary. I never thought that her soul would already return to the yellow earth." The youth shook his head. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the bloodstains on the Phoenix platform and then at the ruined deity. Undying Daoist's remnant consciousness's expression changed. He was fully aware of how terrifying this youth was. If he had not met someone who achieved Dao before him, he would definitely be an emperor-level expert. Despite this being the case, he still blazed a different path, cultivating an unmatched divine ability. He didn't achieve the Dao, but he could still be considered to be comparable to this domain, possessing exceptional strength. It was difficult for him to meet his match in this world. The remnant god had already lost his former glory. Now that he encountered it, he would definitely meet with misfortune. Moreover, the immortal phoenix blood that supported him would definitely fall into the hands of this youth. The consequences would be unthinkable. Ning Fei had already ascended to the extreme and died in battle, and you deceived him. The ruined deity roared. "Nonsense, how could I be that kind of person? His heart is worried about that woman, so his fate has already been decided." The youth said coldly. "But you survived." The ruined deity's eyes were ice cold. "Someone as carefree as me and as infatuated as him are both true men. Character determines fate, and everything has already been decided. We are two extremes." Speaking up to here, he paused and said, "If I don't flatten the underworld, how could I be willing to die?" He smiled brilliantly as he stared at the ruined deity. Undying Daoist's remnant consciousness immediately became sluggish. He had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. As expected, the youth laughed heartily and said, "Were you waiting for me? It's hard to refuse such great kindness." Speaking up to here, he reached out and grabbed forward. His aura surged as if a wild beast had come back to life. However, the youth's brilliance did not diminish in the slightest. That was the remnant consciousness of the undying heavenly deity. Killing it didn't bring him any burden, and on the contrary, he felt a type of pleasure from taking revenge. This wasn't a true deity. The heavenly deity's consciousness had left his body, and undying Daoist had been bestowed with a new life. Even though he was once matchless, he was still crippled. The youth grabbed him with one hand and smashed him with a fist, causing his head to explode on the spot. Then he absorbed specks of primordial spirit light and read his remnant consciousness. Then he stood on the Blood Phoenix stage and laughed heartily. "Undying heavenly deity, you old thing. Actually, my greatest wish is to kill you. Today, I'll first kill a remnant of your deity and then use your method to bathe in your own blood. This is the so-called giving you a taste of your own medicine." The blood on the Phoenix stage evaporated and turned into strands of scarlet multicolored light. Then, it poured onto the youth's body. He was still optimistic and laughed heartily even though he was seriously injured. As expected, the effect is excellent. "Emperor of the underworld and the underworld, just wait to be buried with me." So what if you've achieved the Dao? Sooner or later, your Dao will collapse and your spirits will be extinguished. The bones all over the first divine general's body crackled. Not long after, he was full of vigor again. He was 100 times more spirited than when he left the underworld. "Those who achieved the Dao later, come out as soon as possible. I'll keep the underworld in check for you for 100 years, he said softly. He sat cross-legged on the Phoenix stage and disappeared. The outside world was in an uproar. There were many discussions about the great battle today. There were many coffins in the celestial court. 3 of the saints who had been brothers with Longma had fallen, and 4 of the 13 demons had died. The casualties of the celestial soldiers and generals were not small either. The main reason was the appearance of the undying heaven blade. It had almost turned the situation around and killed everyone. Even Yi Tong and Pang Bo had been blasted to pieces on the spot. If not for the protection of the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman, they would have died without a doubt. Even Komatsu had been cut in half and had almost died. They had obtained a great victory in this battle, but they had also paid a price. They had been worshipping the heroic spirits for many days, and the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Only after half a month did the atmosphere ease up. They knew that there would definitely be deaths in war. This was unavoidable and would definitely happen again in the future. After a month, the celestial court finally recovered, and laughter gradually returned. 3 months later, it slowly returned to normal. This was a chaotic world, and the laws of survival were very cruel. Everyone seized the time to cultivate and raise their own cultivation levels. The blood-colored divine wood had formed a phoenix nest, but it had already been torn apart. It had been divided among the celestial court, the palace, and the gods' organization. These were all divine items. There were not only secret treasures in the phoenix nest, but there were also books of the way. It was a pity that they could not find the residue of the divine elixir of 9 turns. It was assumed that the empress and the divine generals had eaten it clean. Apart from that, the broken phoenix nest itself was also a treasure. There were imperial formation patterns carved within it, shining one after another. That was part of the undying heavenly emperor's achievements. In these 3 months, the Black Emperor had forgotten to eat and sleep. He had immersed himself in serious research. It was only 3 days ago that he had woken up and told Hua to continue working hard. The red sun was setting in the west. The Black Emperor slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Hua came over and said, "Uncle Master, I've torn down the phoenix nest." "Is it the ones I've studied?" the Black Emperor asked. "No," Hua said embarrassedly. "If you're well, it's a sunny day," the Black Emperor said calmly. Then he revealed his snow-white teeth and said, "If you're not well, I'll smack your butt into 8 pieces. Help murder." There were cries of pigs being slaughtered in this place. A sunny day. 8 pieces. The dog is bullying people again. Baldy is so pitiful. Little Violet blinked her big eyes and sat side by side with little Nan Nan. Even the 2 little fellows held their chins in their hands. They were both pink and tender as they looked forward. The autumn wind rose and fell. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending his own laws and Tao. The battle between the undying heavenly blade and the heaven-devouring devil jar had a great impact on him. In the past year or so, he had been comprehending. Finally, he opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at his daughter who had grown up a little in the distance, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. The 2 little fellows ran over together. "Big brother." "Father." Time passed quickly. The battle of the past had ended. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Little Violet was already as tall as little Nan Nan. They were like 2 porcelain dolls, and their black gem-like eyes were looking at him at the same time. Yi Fan smiled, patted their heads, and said, "It's been so long, did something happen?" "Yes, Big Brother Qingdao is here. He has always wanted to see you, but you are always sleeping and can't wake up." The little fellow pouted and said, Let's go see him." Yi Fan nodded and left with them. Half of a dark red ancient mirror appeared on the jade plate. There were spider web-like cracks on it, and half of it was missing. It was the void mirror. Back then, the little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, and Zhang Wenchang came to the celestial court from Big Dipper with this half of the mirror. Yi Fan exchanged it with the Ji family. "All these years, we have always been summoning the god in the mirror, hoping that he will wake up. At the same time, we have found little ancestor Jizi's corpse, but we have all failed." Ji Qingdao said. The Ji family had tried all kinds of methods, watering it with the blood of their clansmen. The broken mirror had once reacted, and its entire body was bright red. However, it only lasted for a while before it completely dimmed. All these years, the Ji family had no way to revive the broken mirror. They brought it to the celestial court to seek help, hoping to borrow Yi Fan's peerless battle prowess. Yi Fan took the mirror and felt it was especially heavy. Not only did it drink the blood of several supreme beings, it was even stained with its own master's imperial blood in the end. Thinking of the battle of the past, Yi Fan was silent. The half of the broken mirror was buried in the void. This scene seemed to be still before his eyes. In that battle, he lost a few close relatives. Gai Juyo, white-clothed divine king, Tizi, all of them were so stunning, but they would never return. "Put it down." I will go research and find the whereabouts of their corpses. Yi Fan was a bit emotional. The white-clothed divine king who was like a teacher and a father, his good brother Ji who fought side by side with him through life and death, as well as senior guy Jiuyo who was full of heroic spirit, shouting in front of the supreme beings, their voices and smiles seemed to be right before his eyes. Yi Fan went on his way. This was a special type of cultivation, searching for friendship that was even deeper than mountains and seas. These people made him miss them. Whenever he thought of them, he couldn't help but shed silent tears. They were all exceptional geniuses, every one of them stunning past and present. However, for the sake of quelling the darkness chaos, they were forever buried in the ice-cold cosmos. Even now, their corpses couldn't be found. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. He was full of emotions as he walked on the heavenly path, walking alone in the boundless cosmos. He arrived at Big Dipper and gazed into the life-restricted region. He had previously heard that after that battle, there were damaged weapons and flesh that fell into the restricted region. He stood silently in these places for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan left Big Dipper. He aimlessly entered the cosmos with the broken void mirror. A star hung in front of him, 9 moons revolving around it. It was extremely pure and holy. Yi Fan raised his head. He couldn't help but be stunned. This was actually the flying immortal star. He had previously avoided it, never entering it. Now he unknowingly arrived here. This was a mysterious and terrifying star. The ancient land was sealed with great terror since the ancient times. There were secrets and existences that ordinary people found difficult to understand. Since I've arrived, I won't miss out this time. Let's go take a look, Yi Fan said. It was because he saw that the mirror body seemed to have flickered. Chapter 1723. According to the ancient legends, this great star was originally a life-forbidden land. Of course, in the extremely distant past, it changed later on. Many powerful races appeared and lived here. The star was enormous and not smaller than any great life star Yi Fan had seen before. Ancient trees towered into the heavens, great rivers overflowed, and majestic cliffs appeared. It was an exceptionally magnificent sight. The Forbidden Land of the legendary era, also known as the place closest to immortals. Yi Fan said softly with a sigh. After so many years, his understanding of the cosmos was much greater than in the past. Especially when it came to things like the flying immortal star, he was naturally an important target of investigation. Aoho, Yi Fan descended and stood in a mountainous region. An elephant dragon rushed over. It was over 10 zhang tall and looked like a mammoth. However, its entire body was covered in green scales. In its mouth was a bloody giant tiger that was currently tearing it apart. On the other side, there was a nest at the peak of a majestic stone mountain. A giant silver bird over 60 zhang in length looked downwards and suddenly spread its wings before swooping down. Pooh! Bloody light splashed out. The giant silver bird's sharp claws reached down and tore apart the elephant dragon on the spot. It dragged it towards the mountain peak's nest and carved it into strips of flesh to feed the young birds. Waves of silver flames rose from the nest. That was the awakening of the young birds' divine power. These were all powerful desolate beasts and birds of prey. Each and every one of them was extremely outstanding and comparable to an expert. They had all grasped divine laws a long time ago, but they still lived and struggled in the simple food chain. The strong lived while the weak became meat. It was an extremely cruel and bloody life. This was the flying immortal star. Yi Fan had just arrived and only saw this corner. He already knew how cruel it was to survive here. They were all experts. He walked towards the vast central great land. He wanted to understand more about this place and what kind of secrets were hidden here. A loud sound rang out. In the distance, a scarlet-haired divine ape blocked in front of him like a mountain. It was over 1,000 zhang tall and could be considered a colossus. It carried a stone axe in its hand and emitted a heaven-overflowing divine might. Yi Fan was astonished. He had never thought that he would encounter a primitive giant that only existed in the desolate era. It was emitting a terrifying pressure. Human, where did you come from? A huge spiritual will rippled out. This was the king of the primitive giants. He was shaped like an ancient ape, and the hair on his body was several meters long. He noticed Yi Fan, and his voice rumbled like thunder. "I'm from the outer realms." Yi Fan told the truth. This giant king was a great saint, so his power should be quite strong. He warned, "I can feel that you are very dangerous and very powerful. However, I want to tell you that you must not try to break the seal of the central ancient land. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the flying celestial planet." Yi Fan was surprised and politely communicated with him to understand the situation here. The primordial giant sat cross-legged and explained to him. It was rumored that the central ancient land was a restricted area for life during the legendary era, as well as a place where immortals could truly be seen. It was full of legends and secrets since the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by the supreme beings, and the immortal realm could no longer appear in the world. Since the ancient times, many great emperors have come here and made a trip there. I see that you seem to be a powerful contender for the emperor's path, so I fear that you will act rashly and break the seal there, said the scarlet-haired giant. This information was quite astonishing. Yi Fan had heard rumors many years ago. At that time, it was said that the flying celestial planet's seal had loosened, and a supreme existence had already emerged to attack other ancient lands. No, that is just a rumor. The true central immortal land has always been in a sealed state. It's just that the great seal there has been loosening day by day. The true experts that are attacking outside are all from Kunlun's remnant races. Kunlun's remnant race was a powerful title. They weren't a single race, but rather a collective name for a group of races. In the distant past, they used to live in Kunlun's immortal mountains. They were the uncrowned kings of the legendary era. Their strength and terror were well known throughout the world. It could be said that in that period of time, they were incomparable. Later on, only experts like the venerable emperors dared to attack them. In the end, they broke through Kunlun's immortal mountains, killed the slumbering supreme beings of their clans, and overthrew their dynasties. Yi Fan was silent. That was a glorious and splendid era. The cultivation civilization was extremely developed, and all races competed with each other. Tens of thousands of powerful races stood in great numbers. It was incomparable. However, it was precisely in that era that it was filled with blood, war, and slaughter. It was unknown just how many powerful races were wiped out and disappeared in the extremely splendid era. Kunlun's remnant races live here. There are dozens of powerful races, and they are one of the rulers of the flying celestial planet, said the primordial giant king. Yi Fan nodded. He had long heard that this planet was very dangerous. In that case, the creatures on the flying celestial planet will attack the other shore every set period of time. It's not only for the sake of the ancient heaven, but also for the sake of Kunlun's immortal mountains. That's their ancestral land. They also want to find the immortal bell and obtain their lost supreme ancestral artifact, said Yi Fan softly. He noticed the giant king's words. The Kunlun's remnant race was only one of the rulers of this planet. There were other powerful forces. There's another group of people known as Qi practitioners. They devour and consume energy. Although their numbers aren't great, they are all extremely powerful. They are outsiders and seem to be searching for something. When he heard this, Yi Fan's expression trembled. He unexpectedly heard news of the Preqin Qi practitioners. This was indeed unexpected for him. They were a group of heroes from Earth, and all of them had great origins and backgrounds. In the past, he had once pursued them in order to find out their whereabouts. Unexpectedly, they were on the flying celestial planet. Yes, the Kunlun remnant race attacked Earth in order to ascend the immortal mountain's ancestral land. After the rise of the Preqin Qi practitioners, they must have followed this path and arrived here, said Yi Fan to himself. The giant nodded. The two sides were indeed enemies. In the past, terrifying bloody battles had taken place, but in recent years, it had been relatively peaceful and no longer fought. Great waves surged in Yi Fan's heart. He thought of many things. Perhaps he could meet many ancient people on Earth on this planet. Some of them were well known, and some were like gods and people at the same time. They were full of mysteries. In the past, he didn't have the strength and couldn't come here. Even if he came, he would only die in vain. Now it was different. He had become one of the overlords of the universe. Unless the supreme of the restricted zone came out, not many could match him. Yi Fan bid farewell to the primitive giant. With a flash, he traversed the earth and arrived at the central celestial ground. The so-called celestial ground was withered. Not even a blade of grass grew. It was desolate beyond recognition. The earth was scarlet red without a single plant. It was cold and desolate. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The territory here was vast and boundless. It was as if there was a space-time formation enveloping this place, making it boundlessly vast. As Yi Fan strolled about, he could sense a faint ripple. It was as though there were a few supreme deities locked down by iron chains, fighting and roaring at the top of their lungs. This kind of feeling was very strange. It felt illusory and indistinct. Yi Fan frowned and used his heart to sense it. The result was different again. This time, his sea of consciousness captured a large expanse of brilliant light. It was as if people had ascended to immortality and gods had descended into the mortal world. It was a boundless immortal realm. There were immortal birds and auspicious beasts flying about. There were grand palaces suspended on the white clouds. It was an auspicious and peaceful scene. And in the scene of ascending to immortality, there were a few immortal masters whose lives were about to dry up. They were trying their best to say something as if they were warning the creatures of the mortal world. What a strange feeling! Yi Fan was truly shocked. As powerful as he was, Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven, he might break through to a higher level in the next few years. But at this time, he couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. He couldn't tell which one was true. The more he probed with his divine sense, the stranger it was. The more unusual it felt, the more bewildering it was. He probed carefully again and saw a few great immortal kings sitting cross-legged on meditation mats. Below the meditation mats, there was a black mist billowing into the sky. A few demon ancestors were roaring, and their bodies were penetrated by immortal chains of order. What is going on? He believed in his own senses and divine might, but they were obstructed here. All kinds of illusions and clouds appeared from time to time, and it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Yi Fan didn't act blindly without thinking. The seal couldn't be broken at this time. He believed in the words of the primitive giant king. He turned and left, entering another land. Roar, who dares to break into the holy land of my Kunlun lost tribe? In the roar of a demon king, a huge figure appeared high in the sky, looking down at Yi Fan and roaring. This was a fierce person formed after the Supreme Array formation was activated. He was a mark, but he was not much different from a real person. He had actually reached the quasi-emperor level. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The Kunlun lost tribe was indeed powerful. He had just revealed his head, and there was such a quasi-emperor level mark manifesting. If an ordinary person came, it would be difficult for them to escape death. And he also clearly saw a huge monument in front of him, and on it was written, Xianxia tribe. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. There were many records of this kind of fierce beast in the myths and legends of ancient China. There was a description in the classic of mountains and seas, saying, there is a beast on the Shao mountain. It looks like an ox, and its stomach is like the hair of a hedgehog. Its name is Xianxia, and its sound is like a hyena. It is a man-eater. The quasi-emperor level creature in the sky was Xianxia. Yi Fan looked over. There was a powerful tribe in the mountain range, and they were all this kind of creature. This was one of the Kunlun lost tribe. He did not fight and turn to leave. He entered the vast neighboring territory and saw the Swanni, Hundun, Taotai, and other fierce beasts. The four great beasts were all Kunlun lost tribe. As expected, they are powerful. Yi Fan sighed. These were divine beasts and fierce beasts from ancient times, and they could all be seen here. Finally, he saw a terrifying mountain range. It was as red as blood, and its aura was as strong as a dragon. It stretched for millions of miles. The Torch Dragon Tribe. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying race, and this was their habitat. The Torch Dragon had been mentioned in various ancient books, and it was recorded in Chu Yuan's Heaven's Questions. Is the sun not here? Where does the torch dragon shine? There were also records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas and Huainanzi, describing its shape, origin, and birthplace. There were too many sayings about it. When it opened its eyes, it was daytime, and when it closed its eyes, it was night. There were also records that said it split the heavens and earth and created all living things. All in all, it was enough to prove its strength and terror. Yi Fan speculated that the torch dragon was the supreme of the Kunlun lost tribe, and it was destroyed in the Age of Legends. This could be deduced from the legends. Yi Fan crossed this area, but he did not really go deep into it. However, he could feel how powerful they were. Each of them had astonishing magic power, and there were at least a dozen combat divisions. In the end, he crossed over and came to another terrifying area of the flying celestial star. This place belonged to the Qi practitioners. As soon as Yi Fan arrived, he was stunned. It was really the same style as the ruins and buildings of ancient China that he knew. It was as if he had returned to Earth. Not long after, when he walked to a strange terrain, the style of the buildings changed drastically. The Great Thunderclap Temple. Yi Fan's gaze froze. He saw this famous temple here again. It was grand and dignified, and bathed in the sunset, it was stained with an inviolable divine splendor. "Is Sakyamuni inside?" he asked softly. He stared blankly for a long time, but he did not enter. This area was full of temples, and there were ancient temples hidden deep in the mountains. When he crossed over and came to another area, he saw Daoist temples one after another. He was shocked. This place definitely had unparalleled masters like the quasi-emperor. Some of the masters of ancient China were probably hiding here. He crossed mountains and rivers without using his magic power. He walked through the vast area and finally stopped at the foot of a nameless small mountain. He saw a small shabby temple. An old Daoist was smiling at him. It seemed that the old Daoist had long sensed him. He had been staring at him since he appeared on the horizon. "Benefactor, should I call you Saint Physique Yi Fan, Celestial Emperor Yi Fan, or Venerable Emperor?" Yi Fan was stunned. Why did he say this? "Oh, you are probably not Venerable Emperor. I was wrong. Let's call you Benefactor Yi." The old Daoist nodded and greeted him on the small mountain. Chapter 1724. The mountain was not high, and the small Taoist temple was also very dilapidated. It had gray tiles and rotten wooden rafters. An old grapevine was next to it, accompanied by a diseased tree. It was a desolate scene. Behind the small Taoist temple was a green vegetable field and a well. It was full of antiquity. This place was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Just like the Taoist, if one did not look closely, they would think that he was an old Taoist in the mountains without magic or immortal roots. Yi Fan cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Taoist." The old Taoist returned the greeting. He was very polite and did not put on any airs. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that the other party was Quasi-Emperor's Sixth Heaven, similar to him. He was a powerful master of Taoism. The most peculiar thing was that this person's ability to hide his breath. If he did not come close, even Yi Fan might not be able to detect him from a distance. It was really amazing. However, the main thing was that he did not open the source celestial pupil, so he was too embarrassed to look at him. "Why did you call me that just now?" "Benefactor, please forgive me. I was rash." The old Taoist said that an ancient Taoism master had once made a deduction that a similar flower would appear. Perhaps in this life, it would be like the emperor. "Although I live in a remote corner and hide in the mountains, I heard some of Benefactor Ye's achievements and past events. I mistakenly thought that you were that flower. Now that I see you and carefully recognize you, I don't think so. A similar flower might appear." Yi Fan was quite surprised. The future is illusory. Even the ancient Taoist deduction may not come true, the old Taoist explained. "May I ask for your name?" "I used to have a name, Guxian," the old Taoist said. Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still overwhelmed. He finally met a cultivator from ancient China, and he was extremely powerful and extraordinary. Who is Guxian? He was one of the most important figures in Taoism. He was regarded as the founder of the Gezhou sect by the Taoists of the Lingbao sect in later generations. He was called Gu Xianwang. The Lingbao sect respected the Shangqing, which was also the Lingbao celestial being. It was one of the most important sects in Taoism, and Gu Xian was the founder of the sect for an era, so one could imagine his status. Apart from that, he was respected as one of the 4 celestial masters of Taoism. His status was high, and it could be seen from his name, Gu Xianwang. "Greetings, senior." Yi Fan saluted with mixed feelings. In the past, he had only learned about such people through ancient books and didn't believe that they could fly. Later on, he accidentally set foot on the road of cultivation. Now that he had seen them in person, he was filled with endless emotions. "Benefactor, please take a seat." Gu Xian invited him to sit on a praying mat. Not only was Gu Xian an extraordinary person, but he also had a grandnephew named Gohong, who was the author of the book Biopoesy. He was even more impressive and had once become the leader of Taoism during the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the course of the conversation, Yi Fan could not help but mention Gohong. This person had mentioned the 9 secrets in his writings, stating that as long as one constantly recited the 9 secrets, one could exorcise evil and protect their body. Gu Xian admitted that his grandnephew's cultivation level was higher than his master's. It was indeed impressive. "May I know why Xianwang is hiding here?" Yi Fan naturally wanted to ask. The Qi practitioners of ancient China all came to this place. It was really a mystery. Swallow the clouds, eat the dew, pursue the Tao, whatever it is to become an immortal. Gu Xian said, then he shook his head and sighed. But in the end, everyone is buried in the soil, unable to obtain any creation. Yi Fan was shocked. This group of people came to search for immortals, but they did not choose the Big Dipper back then, but here. He asked for confirmation, and sure enough, the answer was confirmed. All the Qi practitioners believed that there was a path to immortality here. Not all the Emperor Dao experts thought that the Big Dipper was the right place to become an immortal. There were also some who believed that it was on the flying celestial star here. The universe can be divided into yin and yang. Maybe the Big Dipper and the flying celestial star are 2 symmetrical yin and yang, both of which can lead to the celestial realm. But after the battle 300 years ago, it proved that this path is no longer possible. Therefore, the Qi practitioners believe that the path is on the flying celestial star. They were only searching for immortality. Yi Fan sighed. In the ancient history of cultivators, all the conflicts and large-scale bloody battles were mostly caused by immortals. Longevity was an eternal topic, and it was the Dao fruit that all cultivators dreamed of. But so many years had passed, and everyone was still searching for immortality, but they could not achieve it. Is there really a path to immortality here? Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a praying mat and had a long conversation with Gu Xian. According to some primeval venerables, the path to immortality will appear in the sealed land of the flying celestial star, which is also the forbidden area of the mythological era, the old Daoist answered. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity, but they did not dare to break the seal. Yi Fan was silent. How many people were trapped in immortality? Since ancient times, all the cultivators had been working hard. The so-called immortals in the historical records were still on this path. Not only them, but others like Shakyamuni had also arrived on this star and built their sects. However, there were no traces of them, and it was suspected that they were searching in the outer realm. "Where is the little immortal?" he asked Gohong. Although the number of Qi practitioners was not very exaggerated, it was not small either. Many of them were well known and had great fame in ancient China. Gu Xian said bluntly that while others were in seclusion on this star, there were even more people wandering the outside world, visiting ancient immortal sites one after another in order to obtain the method of longevity. Among the people who were still alive, the strongest were naturally Laozi and Shakyamuni. Everyone was waiting. They believed that the failure of the Big Dipper immortal path did not mean that this place would be empty. Sooner or later, the opportunity to ascend to immortality would appear again. The sealed land of the flying celestial star is definitely strange. If it is opened, there will be a great calamity when we charge in, Gu Xian said. If there were really living beings sealed here and they were still alive, then the path to immortality would definitely be occupied by them and they would be able to break through. According to people's speculations, there might be a great crack in the immortal world here. Back in the day, there was a great battle between beings from the immortal world and even the primeval venerables. This place was suppressed and sealed. Is the flying celestial star as its name suggests? Later on, Yi Fan and the old Daoist talked about many things. Naturally, they mentioned the Kunlun remnant tribe, which was similar to what he had guessed. The Kunlun remnant tribe also knew the secrets of the flying celestial star. They needed to find the celestial bell and even wanted to move the celestial mountain to Kunlun. The celestial bell and the ancient wasteland tower are too ancient. Some say that they were created by the heaven and earth. Others say that they were involved in celestial dynasties and that there was even a real celestial emperor. These were all old stories. Only the people of the era of the Kunlun ancestor and Di Zun could understand a little. In this era, they could only speculate and lacked evidence. The two of them had a rather congenial conversation. They discussed many things from ancient history to cultivation. The old Daoist was recognized by the Spirit Treasure sect as the patriarch of a generation. He had recreated the inheritance of the ancient celestial being, so he was naturally outstanding. It was also because of his guidance that Gu Hong's path was formed. I had some opportunities and obtained some scriptures and inheritance. Gu Xian and Yi Fan discussed Tao and mentioned the scriptures. The two of them agreed that the salvation scripture was the most mysterious and unfathomable among the scriptures of the Spirit Treasure celestial being. Gu Xian recited one of it. It was a secret book that could not be seen by the world. Yi Fan took out the ghost face lamp and recited one too. The two were similar and corroborated each other, making it even more mysterious. After reading the proper scripture and comprehending the ghost face lamp mark, this scripture will be considered complete, Gu Xian said. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. He had gained a lot from this discussion. The old Daoist passed on an ancient recipe called the Shangqing Golden Elixir scripture. It was said that it was left by the Spirit Treasure celestial being. Yi Fan was surprised. He had long heard about this elixir scripture of Taoism. It was seen in the world for mortals, but he had never obtained the scripture for cultivators. Now he saw the true scripture. After sitting cross-legged for 7 days, the two of them talked freely and exchanged many insights. They also touched upon many secrets. In the end, Yi Fan got up and left. He walked on the flying celestial star and felt lost. After walking on this path and growing to this day, he could be considered a peerless expert. Looking back, many things had changed. In the past, he felt that Qi practitioners were so powerful, like people of legends. However, when he got closer, he realized that they were just trekkers on the road to immortality. Unknowingly, Yi Fan walked through many regions and saw another old man. He introduced himself and said, "I am Jiang Zia." Yi Fan was shocked and then sighed. He had really met the ancient figures of China. Although there were not many, they still gave him mixed feelings. The holy whip was left by Senior, right? Back then, I encountered some trouble in the Big Dipper, so I kept the whip and left to wait for fate, the old man said. The wooden whip couldn't be underestimated. It was a part of the Di Zun's immortal tree and had boundless divine effects. Yi Fan bid farewell and continued on his way. He felt a little disappointed. If it wasn't for the huge pressure brought by the underworld, which forced him to raise his cultivation level to protect his family and friends, he would feel that the end of the path of cultivation was really illusory and ethereal. What's going on? Why do I feel a little empty after coming to the flying celestial star? Why am I not excited after seeing the Qi practitioners of ancient China? Instead, I'm like this. Yi Fan was silent for a long time. Then, he suddenly raised his head. This wasn't his personality. He seemed to have been affected by some kind of power. The heaven-origin immortal eyes can see through all falsehoods, he shouted. In the next moment, the magnificent mountains and rivers disappeared. All he could see were white bones like snow. It was a vast expanse of withered bones that had been weathered by the wind. There were no plants, no divine waterfalls, and no celestial mountains. The scenery had all disappeared. There was only death here. It was indeed strange. Unknowingly, he came to a place not far from the seal. He was greatly affected and almost lost. The Wuxia and Xianxia I saw just now couldn't be fake, right? He turned around again and walked into the distance. As expected, he saw a large expanse of ruins. More than half of the Qi practitioners' residences had long been destroyed. There was rubble everywhere. But fortunately, that short mountain was still there and the small Daoist temple still existed on the mountain. But Wuxia was long gone. Yi Fan kept his immortal eyes open all along. His eyes flickered as he walked. When he entered another area where the Qi practitioners resided, he saw some Daoists and asked them. At least half of the Qi practitioners died. It was very strange and terrifying back then. Some people's corporeal bodies had perished, but their obsessions didn't scatter and could still manifest. They thought they were still alive, and it was difficult for others to detect them. It was said that the immortals and demons sealed underground were causing mischief. They were truly reproducing everything about those people, said the little Daoist. He drew out a range and said that those areas couldn't be entered because they had long become ghost regions. Yi Fan's entire body was ice cold. The Wuxia and Xianxia he saw just now were in those areas. Was he conversing with the heroic spirits and their obsessions? Immortal Elder Wuxia and the others have indeed perished many years ago. Immortal Master Guhong is still wandering in the outer realms. He obtained the answer. The terrifying creature sealed underground was leading all of this. It wanted to take his divine soul away as well. He was exchanging blows with the creature in the restricted area of the mythological era. If there wasn't the power of the seal, it would be very troublesome. Yi Fan sighed. He believed that what Guhong and Xiangxia's heroic spirits said was true. But those were only obsessions that were being used and weren't their real bodies. Cultivation was truly cruel. For the sake of longevity, many people ended up empty-handed. They were bloody and empty. Yi Fan walked through more than half of the area and saw many places of death. Many Qi practitioners had perished and only less than half were left. Moreover, most of the strong ones were wandering outside. There will definitely be a battle here in the future, said Yi Fan softly. The time should be when he achieved great success, or in other words, the day he achieved Dao. Chapter 1725. The sound of the bell reverberated, cleansing one's mind and relaxing one's pores. There was even a feeling of enlightenment. This was the great Thunderclap Temple. In the end, Yi Fan still came here. When he walked in, an old monk welcomed him and an arhat led the way. They were all very courteous to him. Sakyamuni had already left and was no longer on the flying celestial star. However, there were still experts overseeing this place. No one dared to barge in. Qiongqi, Taowu, Torch Dragon, and other powerful races were also unwilling to provoke them. Brother Yi, long time no see. When he entered the Hall of Great Strength, a white-robed monk came over and greeted him. He was very young, otherworldly, and had an extraordinary bearing. It was Golden Cicada. It had to be said that this person was very powerful. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had long since advanced to the quasi-emperor realm. Beside him was a woman with an outstanding temperament. She was also an old friend who had fought alongside him in the Big Dipper. She was West Bodhisattva Ju Qing. After so many years, seeing the two again, Yi Fan maintained his smile. Although he was surprised, his emotions were no longer affected. My master is searching for the way to become an immortal and the path to immortality. He hopes to break through the shackles on the path to immortality and see immortality, said Golden Cicada. Yi Fan nodded. As his strength increased, he felt more and more helpless. Powerful cultivators had to face the ultimate barrier of life and death when they reached the end. Everyone wanted to break through, but who had truly become an immortal? As they talked, they brought up many anecdotes from the past. Golden Cicada said, I saw Brother Sacred Prince fighting with another divine ape. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes burst with light. Had the two finally met? This made him a little worried for the monkey. I went up to persuade them, but in the end, we got into a scuffle and almost died for nothing. Golden Cicada smiled bitterly. The Sacred Prince and the six-eared macaque had encountered each other. The two were sparring and fighting, and no one else was allowed to participate. They wanted to determine the winner and the loser. In terms of bloodline, the sacred prince had the advantage. However, at the quasi-emperor realm, this was no longer the deciding factor. After all, at this realm, who was still ordinary. Moreover, the six-eared macaque grew up soaking in celestial beings' life-spring divine liquid. Its constitution was excellent and it was almost immortal. He had wandered the universe for so many years. His 6 ears moved and he listened in all directions. He had obtained many secret arts and scriptures and was very powerful. I don't think the two of them are fighting to the death. Otherwise, there would be no result. Blood would have been spilled in the starry sky long ago, said Golden Cicada. Yi Fan gave him a strange look. 2 monkeys and a monk. Fortunately, things did not develop to a tragic end. Everything was still under control. Half a day later, Yi Fan left, strolling about the star. He didn't want to fight, but rather to search and explore. He already understood many things, and now he arrived at the restricted region. Blood-colored soil, air-dried corpses, and vast territory made this place spacious and desolate. It was extremely strange. This time, the space between his brows shone. He operated the forward secret and opened his immortal eyes to see through all fabrications. In the future, a great battle might erupt here, and he wanted to see the battlefield clearly. There was still a strange power affecting him, but it could no longer confuse his mind. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt an artifact on his body tremble and become a bit hot. He took it out and found that it was actually the void mirror that had reacted. The restricted region of the legendary era made the ancient mirror scorch. This surprised Yi Fan a bit. He held it in his hand and walked forward, carefully sensing and searching. He stopped after traveling for over 100 li. The void mirror shone, and the dim bloodstains on its surface became bright red, as if they were about to drip down. This kind of power made even Yi Fan feel a powerful pressure. He felt that it was astonishing. The blood of an ancient supreme being was too powerful. This place was still dry and desolate, not a single blade of grass growing here. This was a stone forest. The deepest part was extremely dry, and there was a small cave that led all the way underground. It gave off an immeasurable feeling. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a type of great danger. He couldn't help but retreat. A strange sound rang out, and a half-meter-tall small tree appeared. He was shocked. That was a flame that surged and throbbed. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it could burn 10,000 worlds. The temperature was blazing, and natural laws interweaved. This wasn't a flame in the ordinary sense. It wasn't that large, but it was formed from symbols. It was formed from interweaving divine chains, and symbols were throbbing one after another. This was the immortal flame from the Northern Dipper Flame domain. He never expected it to appear here. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan saw it. He had previously discovered it, and he had the chance to see it up close. Now he saw it again. Was it brought into the starry sky by Gai Juyo? Or did it believe that this place would become an immortal ascension place, so it chose to come here on its own? Yi Fan didn't know. The void mirror had drunk the blood of more than one supreme being, but it was still on the verge of connecting to immortality, possibly evolving into an immortal mirror. However, in the end, it was shattered. It was truly a pity. The immortal flame appeared. The ruined mirror that had remained silent for many years moved again, struggling free from Yi Fan's palm. Then, it began to shine with brilliance, continuously flickering as it descended towards that flame. Yi Fan was stupefied, and then he backed up. The blazing heat wasn't the key. Those symbols were the foundation, the reason why the immortal flame was terrifying. The ruined void mirror descended. The symbol flames throbbed, submerging it. The ruined mirror trembled, releasing King Chong sounds. Then, the shattered parts began to melt, unexpectedly reforming. Yi Fan was shocked. This void mirror was using the immortal flame to reforge itself, carrying out repairs, bathing in this type of mysterious flame to reconstruct the mirror's body. Later on, many of the cracks on the mirror disappeared, becoming smooth again. However, there was still only half of the mirror, missing the other half. Only heaven knew where those fragments were. Suddenly, a figure flashed past in the mirror. Yi Fan was stupefied, as if he was a clay sculpture. In that instant, he saw GZ, Or perhaps it should be said that the Void Emperor's appearance flashed before disappearing. Even though it was indistinct, even though it was faint, just a shadow, it was the person of the past. He released a light sigh. He sat down, waiting for the void mirror to finish repairing itself, not disturbing it. This process continued for 8 or 9 days. During this time, there was unexpectedly a rain of light that flew over from outer space. These were the void mirror's fragments. When they landed on the fiery light, they merged with the ruined mirror, repairing a small portion. However, there was still a gap. In the end, it was still a ruined mirror, only much stronger than before. The cracks disappeared. Could it be that this place really is going to become an immortal ascension place? Is the immortal flame waiting here ahead of time? After a long time had passed, the void mirror flew back. The immortal flame withdrew, entering the underground cave. Yi Fan didn't chase after it, nor did he want to go down. He had a vague feeling that this might directly enter the sealed land. If he investigated it too early, there wouldn't be any benefits, and it might bring about a great disaster. In the end, he still isn't a supreme being. Otherwise, where wouldn't he be able to go? He said with a sigh. Yi Fan left this star, heading into the depths of the star domain to search for the sacred prince and the six-eared macaque. He didn't wish for anything unexpected to happen. In the end, he met the sacred prince, chatting for a bit. From their conversation, the monkey was quite appreciative of the six-eared macaque, unexpectedly developing a bit of friendship. Even though they weren't friends, the two likely wouldn't face each other to the death. He ate a complete 9 revolutions immortal pill, his muscles and bones transforming to a freakish degree. It truly is heaven-defying natural luck, extremely powerful. The monkey said, revealing this secret. Yi Fan was speechless. Recently, he often heard about this type of immortal pill. Others only ate the remains, yet the six-eared macaque ate a complete one. It truly was heaven-defying. One has to understand that this was a great Dao pill treasure refined by an ancient great emperor for him to live another era. Yi Fan left. He comprehended the Dao, searched, and moved according to his heart. He understood well that the future path was difficult to see. His enemies should have already set their sights on the life-forbidden region. Right now, he was extremely strong, able to sweep through the experts of this world. However, when facing a sleeping ancient supreme being, it was still far from enough. Dang! Long and drawn-out bell sounds rang out unendingly. There were temples everywhere. This was the ancient Amitabha star. Yi Fan's body moved according to his heart's desire. He traveled through the cosmos, comprehending, and then descended here. He arrived at the central ancient temple of the Buddhist sect. That temple looked like it was cast from gold. Radiance scattered down, making it look extremely holy. Yi Fan came to pay a visit. Even though this was the ancestral land of the Buddhist sect, where experts were as common as trees in a forest, they had no choice but to take him seriously. Important figures came out to greet him. A familiar person came out to greet him. He was tall and sturdy. He was a Buddha. Hundreds of years ago, Yi Fan had traveled together with him. They used to be competitors. Kutuchuo? I didn't expect you to still remember me. The middle-aged Buddha sighed lightly. He was already a great sage, but he was still far from Yi Fan's quasi-emperor realm. In the past, on the ancient road, Kutuchuo, Yu Xian, Oyemo, Mu Guanghan, and the others were all very powerful. They traveled together with Yi Fan and were also seeded contestants. Becoming a great sage was enough to rule a region. After all, the cosmos was vast and geniuses came forth in large numbers. It was impossible for all geniuses to have the hope of becoming a quasi-emperor. What about them? Yi Fan asked the other geniuses he met on the ancient road. Like me, I can dominate a region, but I definitely won't be able to do so in the entire cosmos, Kutuchuo said. This was the final destination for people like them. Their lives had already been decided, and they would end up on the emperor's path just like that. When he and Kutuchuo entered the depths of the temple, Yi Fan's heart shook. He sensed another familiar aura at the back of the mountain. There were a few small temples there. They weren't all that grand, and they seemed to have returned to simplicity. An old friend of yours is cultivating there, Ku Tuchuo said. Yi Fan arrived at the back of the mountain and saw an old monk in the ancient temple. To be more precise, it was an old monkey with fiery eyes and golden fur. He was as steady as a boulder as he sat on a praying mat. It was actually the victorious fighting Buddha. After so many years, they met again here. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan saluted. He had received protection from the monkey in the past and had always been grateful. Child, you may dispense with the formalities. The monkey's uncle had long since become the quasi-emperor. He pulled Yi Fan up. There was another old man sitting on a praying mat beside him. It seemed like his status was just as respected as the victorious fighting Buddha, sitting on equal footing with him. This person was very old, but he was full of vigor and spirit. His eyes were like torches. He was also a powerful quasi-emperor. This is Dao Brother Gu Tianshu, the victorious fighting Buddha introduced. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. This was a supreme expert of the Purple Mountain. He had once been willing to guard the mausoleum of great Emperor Wuxia. The old monkey had once fought with Gu Tianshu on the Purple Mountain. The two of them didn't get to know each other without fighting. In the end, they became friends. Later on, they came to the Amitabha star field to cultivate and lived in semi-seclusion. When Yi Fan saw these two, there were too many things he wanted to ask, especially Gu Tianshu. He had once come into close contact with great Emperor Wuxia, so he wouldn't know any less than the Black Emperor. Even I don't know whether great Emperor Wuxia is dead or alive. Gu Tianshu's first words stopped many of Yi Fan's questions. However, his next words greatly moved Yi Fan. He talked about many of great Emperor Wuxia's deeds. They were all secrets, and he even talked about how Wuxia had created the technique. It was a glorious life. Yi Fan lingered here for several days. In the end, he left with great gains. He once again ascended the heavenly road and entered the starry sky. This was a kind of cultivation and Dao comprehension journey. This time, he didn't go far. He had just crossed a star system when he stopped. He knew that he was going to face tribulation again. Millions of lightning bolts descended. The tribulation of the quasi-emperor's seventh heavenly layer descended, drowning the star field and shaking all directions. Is he going to face tribulation again? On an ancient star, a powerful aura filled the air. A large hand reached out and slapped down with a rumbling sound, causing the entire star field here to collapse. That star was the Overlord body's ancestral star. It was obvious who the attacker was. Chapter 1726. The stars in the sky were like fireflies. At this moment, they were quickly extinguished. A large black hand reached out from the darkness, covering this starry sky. The stars all exploded. This type of scene was too terrifying. The large black hand reached out from an unknown place, covering the entire cosmos. All things before it seemed insignificant, not even comparable to a speck of dust. This type of scene left everyone shocked. There were cultivators who passed by nearby, scared until their souls were about to leave their bodies. What kind of power was this? It was impossible to estimate. There was an ancient supreme being who appeared, taking action here. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. There was simply no other reason. Did the most powerful individuals from the ancient past appear again? Pooh! The sages who passed by this starry sky found it hard to struggle. They cultivated for thousands of years, reaching the peak, able to rule over a region, yet before supreme beings, they were still as weak as ants. The ancient sages directly exploded. The large black hand didn't even make contact, yet their bodies and spirits were already erased under the pressure, turning into bloody mist. The people from outside this region went cold from head to toe. They trembled, backing up in panic, their entire bodies contorting, inwardly terrified to the extreme. They fled into the distance. Was this a deity that created heaven and earth? A hand covered the starry sky, everything destroyed. There was only a black hand left in the ice-cold cosmos. Just how terrifying of a scene was this? This was a true legend, the scene of the most ancient era's world destruction. It was extremely shocking. In front of the large black hand, there was an enormous sphere of lightning radiance. It similarly overflowed into the heavens, drowning out large amounts of the starry sky, quickly rushing into the distance. The large black hand was too terrifying. It looked like it was slowly descending, but it could catch up to and even exceed that extremely fast sphere of lightning radiance. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The one in the lightning radiance was naturally him, facing the most terrifying Great Tribulation. Right now, he operated the rose symbol art to avoid the black hand that chased after him. His situation was extremely terrifying. While facing the unmatched lightning tribulation, there was even an ancient supreme being who appeared, wishing to take action against him. This was simply a situation of inevitable death. Supreme beings acted out. The day came so quickly. It really happened. In the past, he was already extremely strong, considered an exceptional expert in this world. However, in the eyes of those supreme beings, he was still like an ant, never placing him in their eyes. As long as he didn't succeed, didn't achieve the Tao, he wouldn't care about those people at all. Supreme beings were unmatched and they were arrogant as well. Today, did he finally catch the eye of some people, waking up from his slumber? This was to strangle him on the path of great success, not giving him a chance. Yi Fan pushed the Rho formula to its limits. Even the river of time stopped for him. He moved quickly, and along the way, the space between his brows glowed. He was summoning the heaven-devouring pot to battle. In order to pass the tribulation, he didn't bring the jar with him and hid it in another domain. Boom! The huge black hand covered the boundless starry river, and even the heavens were enveloped. In the blink of an eye, it was about to cover Yi Fan. It was unknown how many stars were destroyed. This kind of terrifying scene where one hand covered the sky and the universe could only bear one dark hand shocked the world. Yi Fan's brows stood erect. There wasn't enough time. The situation was critical to the extreme. Could it be that he had to break apart the all-life source energy cauldron and make the laws of the immortal bell explode? What a pity! But if he didn't do that, he wouldn't even be able to summon the heaven-devouring demon pot in time. Death was so close. The ancient supreme beings were high above, and Yi Fan, who was already in danger of passing the tribulation, had now encountered a great disaster and might die. It's the overlord body. Yi Fan felt a similar fluctuation. It was the same as the bloodline of the overlord in the past, and he could feel it. That purple blood ancient lightning was already boiling, and it was about to break him. Clearly, the overlord body had appeared, and he had used his strongest attack. He didn't want any accidents to happen, and he wanted to destroy the Saint Physique Yi Fan in one strike. These two races had been at war since the era of legends, and it was hard to resolve the feud. He came to kill Yi Fan, and he didn't want him to reach great success. There was no need to talk reason. The ancient supreme being had made his move, and it was his strongest attack. It wasn't a casual attack. No one in this generation could stop such a terrifying outcome, unless Yi Fan reached great success or achieved the Tao. Overlord body, you dare to touch the person I fancy? Be careful that I don't destroy your bloodline. A cold voice was heard, and another big hand slapped down, colliding with the big black hand with a bang. This was a youth with clear eyes, and he carried a black hard bow on his back. He held a stone rod in his right hand, and he looked disdainfully at the surroundings as he stood under the starry sky. Just now, he had used his left hand to block the peerless attack of the overlord body. The big black hand faded, and a tall figure appeared. His long purple hair danced in the wind, and he looked majestic. Compared to when he was born in the past, his chi and blood were much more vigorous. He was very silent, and he stared at the youth for a long time without saying a word. In the distance, a sea of lightning covered the sky, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Stars were exploding one after another. Yi Fan had started to pass the tribulation, and he couldn't control it at all. He had encountered a great tribulation, and now that the youth had appeared, he knew that he could deal with his tribulation in peace. You are the #1 divine general of ancient heaven, Chuanying? You live up to your reputation. The overlord body spoke. His voice was low, and it had a terrifying penetrating power that could directly shatter stars. Chuanying was a living legend, and even the venerable emperor was amazed. He personally sealed him, wanting to leave him for him to achieve the Tao, but because his obsession was too deep, he came into the world in advance. So it wasn't your true body. You only came with an incarnation, and it's not enough for me to kill. Chuanying smiled very brilliantly. The incarnation used a secret technique, and it might be able to display the power of the true body for a short period of time, but after a long time, it would definitely be killed. You think he can achieve the Tao? After a moment of silence, the overlord body asked coldly. His qi and blood were exuberant, and his purple hair was like a river of stars. The light in his eyes was astonishing. I don't need a reason for someone I value. If you dare to touch a finger of him, I'll kill you. Chuanying laughed impudently. He was just a youth, and there was a special kind of madness in his carefree appearance. In this world, who dared to be so disrespectful to the ancient supreme beings, and face them with such a high attitude, looking down on the ancient imperial path experts? Since I was born, many people have said this to me, but they are all dead. The overlord body said calmly. The youth didn't say anything else, carrying the stone rod and rushing over, carrying out a great slaughter. The rod streaked across the sky like a gray azure dragon, suppressing the cosmos. Its power was unparalleled in this world. The sky collapsed, and the stars exploded one after another. What sun, moon, what stars? They all turned into fireworks. The overlord body was ferocious and tyrannical. He immediately used an overlord fist, shaking the cosmos until it rumbled. A supreme being battle erupted. Both of them were experts among experts. The effects of this battle were naturally great, shaking the great cosmos and leaving every region alarmed. The purple light hammer flew over from the distance like a purple waterfall, smashing towards Chuanying. This was a supreme being artifact that suppressed over from the overlord body's ancestral star. The number 1 divine general of ancient heavens struck out with the stone rod in his hand, colliding with this artifact. The radiance that erupted was incomparably brilliant. Now, there were no more stars in this region, all of them turned into fine powder. Even Yi Fan in another region was affected, suffering from the impact. The sea of lightning became even more violent. The battle continued, but this temporarily had nothing to do with Yi Fan. He calmed his heart to resist the lightning tribulation and break through. After an unknown amount of time, the cosmos calmed down because Yi Fan's great tribulation had ended. The sea of lightning disappeared, and he breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his body. On the other side, there was a youth sitting cross-legged. After seeing him finish, he smiled and said, "Not bad." "Many thanks, Senior." Yi Fan bowed in gratitude. "I just couldn't stand it," the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven said. Then, he added, "The overlord body's ancestral star isn't easy to provoke. There's definitely more than one overlord body at large. According to my understanding in recent years, there are still people who killed the supreme beings with holy physiques on the ancient path. They are still alive and have sealed themselves in the ancestral cave." When Yi Fan heard these words, his eyes immediately burst with radiance. It was really as he had expected back then. This lineage was terrifying enough to form a forbidden land and have supreme beings living for a long time. And this was also what he had hoped for back then. If the people of the past had all died and passed away with the glory of killing the holy physiques, then perhaps it would be even more regretful. "I'm relieved that they haven't died," Yi Fan said. Good, you have guts." The first divine general of ancient heaven laughed, then he shook his head and sighed. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The first divine general left quickly. He came quickly and left just as quickly. Yi Fan's cultivation soared, and his strength reached the 7th layer of the quasi-emperor. He was close to reaching large success, and he could feel the aura of achieving the Tao one step further. In this cosmos, if he hadn't met the ancient supreme beings, he could truly sweep through the world. At the same time, he began to think deeply. In the past, he was an ant in the eyes of the supreme beings and didn't amount to much. But as he approached large success, perhaps some people would be startled awake and wouldn't be able to sit still. Just like this time, the large success tyrant body was like this. It wanted to destroy him with a single palm and strangle him on the way to achieving the Tao. Perhaps every single person who achieved the Tao had experienced this before. The ascension of the great emperor would threaten the safety of individual supreme beings, and they would think of ways to stop it. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the colder his entire body became. He wasn't worried for himself, but for his friends and relatives. He thought of the demon emperor Shui Yueqing. He left for 500 years and wasn't willing to return to his hometown, waiting for his young lady's soul bone to return to the yellow earth, leaving behind a lifetime of regret. There were too many secrets to this. Presumably, he was afraid of bringing the disaster of achieving the Tao back to his homeland, so he wasn't willing to return until he achieved the Tao. Yi Fan surveyed the cosmos. He had to make preparations early. As his cultivation deepened day by day, the gazes of those giant dragons would be drawn over one by one, and they would begin to pay attention to an ant like him. If he wasn't allowed to transform into a dragon and be killed in the mortal world, this might be the terrifying disaster he would encounter one day in the future. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The words of Ancient Heaven's #1 divine general clearly hinted at something. Was he hinting at the bleakness of this path? If he wanted to achieve the Tao, not only did he have to be stunning and pass through that trial, he also had to face the terrifying suppression of the other ancient supreme beings and bring disaster to his loved ones. A chill arose in Yi Fan's heart. If he achieved the Tao alone, all his loved ones and friends would die. What was the point of achieving the Tao? But now, there was already no turning back. The large success tyrant body took action, and the other supreme beings would also begin to pay attention to him. There had never been anyone who could become an emperor in one leap. The final 8, 9, and emperor tribulations were more terrifying than the one before. Every tribulation required one to use one's life to fight for life and death. Perhaps he would have 3 supreme being disasters, and each one would be more terrifying than the one before. The first 2 in particular were the most difficult, and some people wouldn't allow him to achieve the large success. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the cosmos and began to ponder on how to stop all of this. What he wanted to do was to rule the world and seek immortality, and not watch as the people around him perish. Chapter 1727. Yi Fan sat there, not moving for an entire day and night. In the end, he opened his eyes, feeling extremely tired. Yes, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He wanted to do his best, but he really didn't have any feasible methods. Those were supreme beings. Even if he used all kinds of schemes, it was still difficult to stop them. He had the heaven-swallowing pot and the laws of the immortal bell, but even if they could stop one supreme being, could they stop 2 or 3? Even if he made all kinds of arrangements and schemes, setting up a killing trap, it was still useless. In front of absolute strength, these things were like ants trying to shake a tree in the eyes of those supreme beings. They couldn't stop their footsteps at all. Right now, he had a secret technique to hide his aura. Once he crossed the tribulation, he would definitely be exposed. 3 great tribulations would shake the entire universe. There were 3 chances to kill him, and some supreme beings wouldn't miss it. In other words, he, an ant, was strong enough. He was starting to enter the eyes of supreme beings. Yi Fan stepped into Quasi-Emperor's 7th heaven and was already very powerful. However, he felt an unprecedented fatigue. The future path was becoming more and more difficult, and it wasn't easy to break through. It doesn't matter if I die, but they can't be buried with me. Yi Fan's strength improved greatly, his blood energy flourishing, and his lifespan increased. However, there were a few strands of white hair mixed in with his jet black hair. He felt extremely tired. Along the way, he walked and thought at the same time. He returned to the celestial court. Looking at the flourishing home of the universe's most powerful inheritance, he found it hard to calm down. All of this was the result of everyone's hard work. It should have been extremely glorious, but in the future, it might attract a great disaster. If supreme beings appeared, they would definitely flatten it. Is there no way? He saw a corner of the future. One underworld was already so terrifying. Now, with the addition of the great completion overlord body and the supreme beings of the other restricted regions, how could they resist? Yi Fan suddenly felt his body become cold. The road ahead was difficult. No wonder the great emperors were so unfortunate. Not a single one of them was truly smiling amidst their glory. They were all so serious. They experienced joys and sorrows, lost too much, and the price they paid was unimaginable. "Uncle, you're back." A strong-looking youth ran over and greeted enthusiastically. Then a group of children rushed over. This was Li Heishui's child, already more than 10 years old. He was quite sturdy, and because he had consumed the 9-aperture stone man divine elixir since he was young, his bones were excellent, far surpassing his father. "Uncle, did you bring us any gifts?" The one who spoke was a 14 or 15-year-old girl, the youngest daughter of a savage. She wore a beast bone necklace, and her hair was combed into a small braid. Strings of Daoist silver essence bells were tied to the braid, swaying with divine radiance and jingling. These were the descendants of the celestial court. Every single one of them was extremely talented, and any great power would be envious of them. This was because Yi Fan, Li Tian, Black Emperor, and the others were willing to invest in them. After they were born, they were soaked in the divine liquid of the celestial being's life spring and fed with the 9 orifices divine fetus liquid. They were even refined with the essence of the undead Qilin medicine and the Bodhi tree, refining them into precious pills for them to build their foundations. It could be said that these children were the celestial court's most valuable assets. They represented the future and hope. I came and went in a hurry without any preparation. Today, I will teach you a few great divine abilities and explain the celestial scripture of Sunday. Yi Fan smiled. "All right, Uncle is going to preach. Come quickly." The children's cheers immediately attracted more people. Many members of the celestial court also rushed over to listen to his lecture. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a blue stone. Below him, there were many people, mostly children. All of them opened their eyes wide and listened attentively. Of course, there were also rebellious little ones who were laughing and jumping around in the distance. They were very lively. Among them, 2 little fellows were the boldest. They climbed up the blue stone one after the other. The little girl held her chin and sat there quietly. She was quite obedient. As for little Purple, she was like a little monkey. She climbed onto Yi Fan's body and, with a smacking sound, left a patch of saliva on his face. "Father, I missed you," she said in a sweet and innocent manner. Seeing her blinking her big eyes and pretending to be obedient, Yi Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not blame her, so he only pushed her to the side and continued to preach. The celestial court was really very warm. All kinds of familial love, friendship, permeated and intertwined. It made people want to protect it with their lives and not allow anyone to trample or destroy it. The children dispersed. The Bodhi tree's leaves were green and swayed with green light. Fragments of laws scattered down, making people easily fall into a state of enlightenment. Yi Fan lightly sighed and stood up. "Yi, you're back. Come, let's drink." "Ha, many people have returned recently. Let's drink to our heart's content." Li Heishui and Dongfang Yi ran over to invite them. "Ha, it's worth celebrating. Quasi-Emperor Pang Bo has consolidated his realm and just came out." Li Tian also laughed in the distance. "Okay, let's go drink." Yi Fan nodded. When they gathered together, they would naturally toss out all kinds of delicacies. What Wu snake soup, golden crow wings, there was everything. They were all the archaic species they had killed in the past. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted through the air. Yi Fan, Yan Ishi, Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and a large group of people sat together and drank to their heart's content. Not long after, the group of little ones were all drooling. Regardless of whether they were little boys or little girls, they all ran over like a swarm of bees, fighting over the wine like a group of little bandits. Everyone laughed. "You little brats, you dare to fight over wine at such a young age. And you, Li Hu, why don't you control your little sister and let a little girl like her drink too? Hey, little Violet, you little girl, you're only 2 or 3 years old. You can't even walk properly, yet you dare to secretly drink like them?" The group of adults were angry and amused at the same time. Don't be so stingy. Little Violet is only tasting it. The little girl explained and then drank it in one gulp, afraid that she would be deprived of her rights. In the end, as soon as she drank it, she spat out her little tongue and complained that it was spicy and disgusting. Nan Nan is still the most obedient. Someone said. Only she was the quietest, obediently sitting beside Yi Fan. In the distance, the sound of a dog barking could be heard. The Black Emperor ran wildly, shouting that everyone was ungrateful and didn't call him. You're too busy. You're wholeheartedly in the phoenix nest. I called you twice, but you didn't hear me. The mountain phoenix and the other great demons, as well as Longma and the golden-winged great Pring King, all rushed over when they received the news. The drinking group immediately increased, and in the end, many heavenly generals joined in. If I am well, then the sky is clear. However, I really can't. This King Phoenix nest is like a hornet's nest. Martial Uncle Black Emperor, please spare me. Hua Hua screamed miserably. He had suffered a lot these days, and his but was almost beaten into 8 pieces by the Black Emperor. When the laughter ended and he sobered up, Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree again. He was as still as a boulder and as withered as a dead tree, not moving at all. Yi has something on his mind. What kind of difficulty did he encounter? I feel like he is thinking hard about a solution. I think it will definitely be very troublesome. With his current cultivation, he won't have a headache over ordinary matters. It most likely involves an ancient supreme being. Pang Bo, Li Tian, and Li Heishui understood him very well. They immediately saw that something was wrong and gathered together to discuss. In the end, they walked over with wine jars and asked directly. Yi, what's the matter? Let's think of a solution together. Don't sweat it out alone. Our cultivation is inferior to yours, but it shouldn't be a problem for us to come up with an idea. That's right. Let's share the burden together. Don't take everything on your own. Don't treat your friends as outsiders. The group of people looked at him. All of them were close friends who could go through life and death situations together with great enemies. Yi Fan was very moved. They could see through him when he was deep in thought and revealed an abnormal expression. He sighed and told them what had happened not long ago. What? That old bastard Overlord Body also made a move? How shameful, bullying others too much. He really isn't a good person. Look at him. Overlord Body, he actually attacked when Yi is going through his tribulation. Does he want to feed his old face to the dogs? Woof, this emperor is warning you. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Yi Fan laughed. This group of people had always been like this. They could still laugh even when they encountered such great difficulties. The atmosphere lightened up. In the past, Yi Fan had never been afraid. As long as he was strong enough, he could crush the great enemies in front of him. But now, this was not equal. His enemies were ancient supreme beings. Every one of them was once the strongest person of an era and had been invincible their entire lives. I've thought about it again and again. There's really no other way. The Celestial Court is too big. In the future, it will definitely suffer a destructive blow because of me. I want the Celestial Court to disperse and gather again in the future. When these words came out, everyone fell silent. The current Celestial Court was incomparably powerful. Once an order was issued, everyone would obey. Now that it was at its most glorious stage of ascension, they actually wanted to cripple their own martial arts and directly disband. But they knew that even though it was hard to bear, what Yi Fan said made sense. The best choice now was to let the various departments of the Celestial Court go into seclusion first and wait for the future to gather again. As for our children, I want to seal them and let them reappear 100 years later. I need 100 years to desperately charge forward. If I succeed, no one will dare to anger my Celestial Court anymore. If I fail, my soul will return to the yellow earth. From then on, the supreme beings won't care anymore, said Yi Fan. The scene fell into an even quieter silence. No one spoke. In the end, everyone nodded and silently agreed to this decision. The final result was that the Celestial Court would be sealed for 100 years. The celestial soldiers and generals would return to the fields and all go into seclusion. I'm sorry. I've caused everyone to suffer, said Yi Fan. What are you saying? From now on, you will have to fight with your life on your own. If you succeed, the celestial court will be glorious for all eternity. If you fail, you will be doomed eternally. Our brothers can't help you at all. At this moment, there is only helplessness and pain. You have to work hard. Don't say those words. For you, in this 100 years, there will be 2 deadly trials. As for the 3rd trial, it's fine even if you don't go through it. 2 great achievements are enough. Yi, remember, it's fine as long as you survive. We don't ask for anything else. These brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him revealed their true feelings. No matter what, he must survive. Crippling his own martial arts and disbanding the celestial court was a difficult decision. The impact was too great. It was simply earth-shattering. Many people might not understand it. It's okay. We can definitely start over again. When the time comes, when the banner of the celestial court is raised, I think many of the celestial soldiers and generals will come back. Our brothers won't blame you, they comforted him. Father, what are you doing? Why are all of your eyes red? Little Violet ran over from afar. These men naturally wouldn't shed tears in front of the little girl. However, when Yi Fan thought about how he had to personally seal little Z and leave her here, letting her fall into a deep sleep, he felt a wave of sadness. She was still so young. If he lost, this would be the last time he would see his daughter. Moreover, there were other things at the moment. How was he going to face the people of the celestial court? It's my incompetence. Yi Fan looked up to the sky and sighed. No, you're already strong enough. Since ancient times, few great emperors at your age could have such cultivation, said the Black Emperor. Although that was what he said, when Yi Fan walked out and stepped onto the general selection platform step by step, he looked at the black mass of troops below and found it hard to speak. His heart felt terrible. I've been forced to this step. This day has come. I'm helpless. He muttered in his heart as he looked at the faces. How was he going to announce this news? Below the platform, there was a group of people with solemn expressions. They were very dignified and respectable. They were the old generals who had walked since the establishment of the celestial court until today. There was also a boundless army. They were full of fighting spirit and were in high spirits. They were the generation that had witnessed the glory of the celestial court. There was another group of slightly immature faces of the new army. They were full of vigor and were full of hope for the future. They were the troops of the celestial court that had just joined not long ago. This scene made it difficult for Yi Fan to speak after he opened his mouth. All he felt was bitterness. Chapter 1728. Yi Fan couldn't speak and couldn't announce such news. On the platform, he was alone. He opened his mouth several times but was blocked by bitterness. Their gazes were either as calm as the sea, as sharp as immortal swords, or as scorching as flames. They had enough confidence to protect their homeland and declare war. At the same time, they were full of hope for the future. They believed that the celestial court would become stronger and stronger. They would create an immortal dynasty with their own hands that would shake the world and be glorious and everlasting. Cult Master, there must be a big battle, right? Please give the order. We are invincible and invincible. Wherever the army goes, we will win. A middle-aged man spoke. They were a group of people who had walked with the glory of the celestial court. They had the most drive and would never retreat no matter how great the difficulty was. The celestial court is invincible and invincible. The army shouted in unison like a landslide or tsunami. Victory in battle and victory in attack. Everyone shouted. Their voices were like the beating of war drums in the heavens, shaking the surroundings and making people's blood boil. Golden spears and armored horses, cold light flashing across the sky, opening up the battlefield on the 9th heaven. Such a long time, such a great battle, it was full of hot blood and passion. However, they didn't know that all of this was about to leave them. They were a group of brave warriors who had grown up with the celestial court and experienced the trials of blood and fire. This vast territory was exchanged with their lives. I don't know how to say it. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated violently. Standing on the platform, he couldn't control his emotions and said in a low voice, The army of the celestial court was like a black mass with flags fluttering in the wind. The weapons in the hands of the warriors shone brightly in the 9 heavens. "We've encountered some trouble." Yi Fan looked at everyone below. "No matter what the difficulty is, please give the order. We will march forward bravely and splash the starry sky with blood." Even the calm old soldiers expressed their opinions. They had experienced the most difficult times of the celestial heavens. They had followed them since the founding of the celestial heavens, and now, they had become the most precious treasures of the celestial heavens. They were heroes who had survived hundreds of battles and would never easily declare their position. Once they made a promise, they would use their lives to pave the way forward. At this moment, they could feel Yi Fan's hesitation and indecision, so they stood out and firmly expressed their stance. "Cult Master, we will live and die together with the celestial court. No matter who the enemy is, even if it's the underworld, as long as we give the order, we will fight our way in." Their words were deafening and sonorous like the roar of 100,000 heavenly blades. They were the unwavering will and words of the heavenly generals. They swore to advance and retreat with the celestial court, to live and die together. Yi Fan was moved. Looking at these undying veterans, he felt even more bitter in his heart. How could he speak? However, he had to say it. Otherwise, these heroes who survived the bloody battle would die in vain in the future. "The celestial court is our home. Just like everyone else, my feelings for it are as deep as the ocean. However, we might have to face the Supremes. If they want to make things difficult for us." Yi Fan's voice resounded throughout the vast arena. Everyone quieted down. The veterans' expressions were grave as they listened attentively. The younger generation clenched their fists tightly, their spirit undiminished. The youths were unwilling and all of their sword-like eyebrows furrowed. For the celestial court to be able to reach this day is the result of everyone's hard work. It was paved with the lives of countless brothers. Blood and bones are scattered all over the starry sky. Yi Fan was somewhat sentimental. "Indiscriminate destruction, we will fight to the death with them. As long as the celestial court is not defeated, we will never retreat." Many people shouted angrily. They raised the weapons in their hands to defend their home. Yi Fan looked at the heroes. It was moving to have such a group of troops, but his heart was similarly heavy. This kind of feeling was difficult to cut off and return, and his heart felt increasingly stifled. "There are some things I don't want to say, but I have to say them." Yi Fan raised his voice like heavenly thunder, suppressing everyone's voices. He had to make this decision. Everyone had a premonition of what he was going to say. They all revealed anxious expressions, and some of them were extremely anxious. They couldn't help but shout, "Sect Master, you can't make that kind of decision." "Sect Master, the celestial court is our blood, sweat, and tears. It definitely cannot be scattered." Their faces were filled with fear. None of them wanted to see that kind of result. "The celestial court will not fall, and will forever remain in the human realm." Yi Fan shouted loudly. His gaze became increasingly sharp, and like 2 tangible beams of light, they swept in all directions. Since he had already made his decision, then he would reveal it in a bloody manner. There was no need to be tactful anymore. He looked at everyone and slowed down the speed of his speech. However, it became even more resounding and powerful as he said, "Temporarily enduring silently doesn't mean that my celestial court will no longer exist. I want to give all of my brothers a break. Wait for 100 years, give me a period of time, and at that time, the celestial court will definitely reappear." "But Sect Master?" Everyone became anxious. They didn't want this result, all of them speaking up to stop him. Yi Fan raised his hand, his voice suddenly becoming resounding. "As long as the celestial court doesn't fall, the great banner will reappear. This is my promise, that I will reunite with my brothers." His battle intent surged, golden blood energy engulfing the heavens, submerging the entire celestial court. At that time, it will become even more glorious, even more brilliant. I want its name to be left behind through the ages. I want it to be immortal in this world. I want it to intimidate supreme beings. I want all of the heavens and 10,000 realms to bow down before it. Everyone looked at the grand and imposing platform, at the demon-like Yi Fan. Please believe me. Give me 100 years, and I will return to you all an even more powerful celestial court. At that time, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths will dare provoke our celestial court. Yi Fan swore under the starry sky. He was full of emotions, forcefully roaring out. Right now, we aren't a match, withdrawing, all for the sake of survival. Sooner or later, we will return, this world will tremble because of us. I want you all to understand that the current glory, when that time comes, isn't much, the current humiliation is also just an interlude. 100 years later, we will return, stand tall under the starry sky again. My celestial court's banner won't fall, it will flutter in the wind, become even more glorious and brilliant. Yi Fan roared with all of his strength, his entire body surging with war blood. A giant dragon-shaped pillar of light surged from the crown of his head, entering the 9 heavens, making this world tremble intensely, even the heavenly Tao trembling. There will be a day when we will reunite. At that time, we will truly rise up, you all will discover that the journey has only truly begun. It is because in the future, we will conquer the 9 heavens, slaughter our way into life-restricted regions one after another. That is our battlefield. Right now, we are only refining weapons, still far from true glory. Moreover, life-restricted regions aren't our only battlefield. We will slaughter our way into immortal domain, shatter legends, shake the undying, seek eternal life. That is our final objective. Our ultimate battlefield is far greater and greater than what you all can imagine. What can these things count as now? It is just a transition before we truly fight hot-blooded battles, just a type of sharpening. What I want to say here is that everyone, please do not neglect your martial arts. We want you all to endure silently, not to truly shed your armor and return to the fields, but rather to cultivate. All brothers, you all have to understand that in the future, there will be boundless and grand battlefields waiting for you all. Our eyes are not limited to this age, we are going to rise above the endless past. It is because we are going to establish the true celestial court, the celestial court of the undying and eternal life. We will establish miracles that have never been seen since ancient times. Even the life-restricted regions can only tremble before our path. That is all, they are definitely not the final destination. Under the starry skies, on the martial arena, the old soldiers who had fought through hundreds of battles clenched their fists. Meanwhile, the younger generation and heavenly generals couldn't help but roar out. Their battlefield was actually this vast, not even the life-restricted regions the end. This made everyone's blood boil, emotions surging. This was, without a doubt, a giant battle diagram, the vision in Yi Fan's heart. What did these things count as now? They were just small skirmishes, far from being glorious. In the future, if all of this came true, then they would truly establish an unprecedented grand event. An everlasting glory was waiting to be unfolded, a boundless grand plan laid before them. Fight, fight, fight. Perhaps only these 3 words could express the passion in their hearts, their unwillingness, their desire, their sullenness, their excitement. All of this flowed through their surging blood, turning into roars as they rushed out. We will return. Yi Fan used these words to temporarily end his speech. His firm conviction, as well as powerful will, moved many people greatly. Glory was in the future. Everything they had just set sail. What did the occasional storm count as? It would pass in the end. When they soared into the sky, what they soared through would be an immortal river, and not the mortal world seas. Everyone was looking forward to this. Sect Master, these 100 years will be extremely difficult for you. Can you make it through? There were old soldiers who were worried. Their words weren't loud, but they hit the main point. In the next 100 years, Yi Fan would fight a bloody battle against supreme beings. For the sake of stepping onto the absolute peak, the dangers he would face would be unimaginable. He was going to struggle alone, and they couldn't help him at all. Since the ancient times, more than one great emperor has succeeded. They could defy the heavens. I, Yi Fan, will not be weaker than anyone on my path. Yi Fan said loudly, clearly roaring out his desire. He wanted to create a miracle. Others had done it, so he wanted to do it as well. A few people still had a haze in their hearts. The number of people who could achieve the Tao since the ancient times might be much more than true great emperors. Only a few people with heaven-defying luck and opportunities were able to avoid death, ultimately succeeding. Yi Fan's path was extremely difficult. Could he have this kind of opportunity? 300 years ago, they couldn't even kill me. Now, do you guys think they still have a chance? Yi Fan said in a feigned relaxed manner, appearing very optimistic. Everyone laughed. Seeing him so confident, they all felt a bit relieved. The depressing atmosphere was somewhat alleviated. However, the hearts of the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Shan Huang and the others were heavy. It was difficult for them to truly relax. They knew that Yi Fan's path was too difficult. It wasn't that simple. This era was different from the past. In the past, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were asleep. Perhaps the great emperors of the ancient times would only awaken the supreme beings in the restricted regions when they were crossing the final emperor's tribulation. However, it was already a bit too late to stop them. Of course, there were also people who encountered the same problem as Yi Fan. And today, it was truly completely different. When the path to immortality opened, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were almost all awakened. Only 300 years had passed, and it was difficult for them to truly enter a deep level of sleep. At the very least, the great success tyrant body was watching. There was also the underworld. The underworld emperor had also been injured by the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven and had already woken up. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. Perhaps there were others as well. The last 3 layers of tribulations, since ancient times, no one had been able to cross them in one step. Every layer was a tribulation of death. One had to risk their lives to block it. The 3 great tribulations would alarm those half-awake people. A great calamity was bound to descend. The path is under one's feet, it is walked out. I will return, it is not some miracle. I look forward to the day when the banner of the celestial court is raised and everyone returns from the fields and the mountains. We will establish a one and only immortal and glorious celestial dynasty. We will break through eternity and seek immortality, unprecedented. Yi Fan roared loudly. His body and heart clearly expressed his choice, his voice deafening. Chapter 1729. The celestial court was disbanded. The soldiers took off their armor and returned to the fields. A vast inheritance became a thing of the past just like that. When the news came out, no one believed it and felt that it was fake. But nothing was impossible in this world. Time proved everything and the truth couldn't be hidden. The celestial court had really collapsed and dispersed in a day. Those experts and generals left one by one through the starry sky and rushed in all directions. Some entered the mountains, some headed for the desolate border of the universe, and some entered the ancient battlefield. Such a huge celestial court had collapsed just like that. It was unbelievable. Why did this happen? What unforeseen event had happened? Yi Fan's strength was known to the world. He was known as a peerless expert and could kill the ancestors of the various sects with a single thought. But he had made such a decision. It was too preposterous. Has he gone mad? He actually disbanded the celestial court. Has his cultivation gone berserk? Is there something wrong with his mind? The entire universe was discussing this. This was a huge storm and the impact was too great. The celestial court had crippled its own martial arts. No major power had ever done such a thing before. There were no airtight walls. After the truth came out, some people were happy and some were worried. Everyone had different reactions. Without a doubt, the celestial court had become the biggest topic in the universe. Some major powers even moved quickly to recruit the people of the celestial court. Everyone knew that these troops were the strongest elites. They were invincible and had never been defeated in battle. The myriad realms were in chaos and there was clamor everywhere. You have to take care. Ji Ziyue sent him off with tears in her eyes. She knew that Yi Fan would die this time. He was wrong to say that he would die no matter how she looked at it. I won't die. Yi Fan gently wiped away her tears. It made people's hearts ache. They knew that he was risking his life. The road ahead was dim and it was hard to see hope. Not far away, others came to send him off. "We take care. Don't force yourself." Pang Bo and the others had tears in their eyes. They were afraid that they would lose a good brother like this. Perhaps this would be the last time they would see each other. The banner of the celestial court will rise again. I will meet all of you on that day. Sooner or later, we will step into the celestial realm together. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly, waving them forcefully, his words resounding. Actually, we just hope to survive. Li Heishui's eyes were red, his voice low. The others were the same, feeling extremely disappointed. Master! Yi Tong, Komatsu, Hua, Yang Shi, and the others all stepped forward. They were reluctant to part with him. Their hearts were filled with indescribable sadness. Take care of yourselves as well. Once I transcend the tribulation, you will be in danger. Protect yourselves. Yi Fan exhorted. The Black Emperor walked up and said with a heavy voice, "Don't worry, with this emperor here, they won't have any problems. The heaven-deceiving formation patterns have reached perfection, and after so many years of searching, the true divine materials have all been gathered. They will be able to avoid the supreme being calamity." Yi Fan resolutely turned around and set foot on his own path. "Yi Fan, you have to come back." Ji Ziyue called out. "Definitely, this is a promise. I will come back alive to see you." Yi Fan still had some things to do. The group of children had to be sent away. They were the hope of the celestial court, they represented the future. He was not willing to entrust them all to the Black Emperor's formation patterns. Even if there were accidents, he wanted these children to survive. The starry sky flickered, beautiful and resplendent. Yi Fan stepped on the sky, shuttling through the endless ancient region. No one knew his path, this could not be leaked. "Father, little Violet misses you, and also misses Mommy." These were her last words, and she fell into a deep sleep. Tears hung on her little face, making her look very pitiful. She curled up in Yi Fan's embrace. This scene made Yi Fan's heart ache, and tears almost fell. He sent little Violet into the interior of an uninhabited star. This was a vast origin vein that seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It could protect her for 100 years. Genesis runes crisscrossed, sealing this place. "Child, don't blame your father. If I die 100 years later, the runes will collapse, and they will find you and bring you home." Yi Fan turned around and left. He rushed to the next place, using his Genesis runes that seized the fortune of heaven and earth to find a place that defied the heavens to seal the children of the celestial court. By now, his Genesis runes had already surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, and no one could match him. He had surpassed the ancestors of the Heaven Origin sect and reached the peak. He had developed this domain of techniques. Now, the celestial court had a Heaven Origin scripture, which was written by him, for future generations to read and cultivate. As Yi Fan walked, the number of children in the cauldron decreased. They were all sealed by him. The places he found were all very heaven-defying, and he even found a small half of a fortune origin eye. Back then, the undying heavenly emperor left the heavenly prince with a fortune origin eye, shocking the world. After so many years, Yi Fan only found this half. The reason why he said it was half was because it was not a real fortune origin eye, it only had this kind of characteristic. "Uncle, when are you coming to pick us up?" "Boo-hoo. I miss my mother." "Uncle, I don't want to sleep, I want to go home." The older children were strong, but the little girls were crying. Yi Fan also fell silent. He was a little reluctant and sour, but he could only seal them. These heaven-defying places were of great benefit to these children. Even if he did not consider safety, it was worth doing so. After so many years of accumulation, the celestial court does not have much divine origin liquid, Yi Fan whispered. Even if his Genesis runes were extraordinary and he searched everywhere, it was difficult to find more divine origin liquid in this era. There was only a little, which was barely enough. They were all found in small worlds or sealed ancient cave dwellings. Finally, at this step, Yi Fan embarked on a lonely road. From this day on, many important figures of the celestial court disappeared one after another, disappearing into the vast universe. Of course, there were still active figures who were still fighting. I didn't expect the saint physique to have such a day. I really don't think he will succeed. The tyrant body is still alive. As long as he passes the tribulation, he will definitely be discovered. The first divine general of ancient heaven can protect him for a while, but he can't protect him forever. There were all kinds of people. There were those who stood on the side of the celestial court, and there were those who were hostile. In particular, the remaining forces that were defeated by Yi Fan back then were extremely excited. What do you know? This saint physique is destined to defy the heavens, break the curse of not becoming an emperor, and create the most glorious era since ancient times. Okay, let's wait and see. Let's see how he will face the Supremes. The universe was in an uproar. In the following years, everyone was talking about Yi Fan, paying attention to his movements, and waiting for the results. However, he seemed to have disappeared. From that day onwards, he never appeared again. He was completely silent. The topic couldn't always maintain its popularity. After a few years, people began to pay attention to other things. Of course, deep in their hearts, they still cared about it. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. During such a long period of time, Yi Fan still hadn't appeared. It was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. No one had actually seen him. People even suspected that he had met with misfortune, killed by the tyrant body or the supremes of the underworld. There were also people who thought that he was about to break through, because there was only a time limit of 100 years. Not to mention the last tribulation of becoming an emperor, even the first two were incomparably terrifying. It was extremely difficult to use blood and bones to fill up that road. 30 years had passed. No matter what, he should have passed the first tribulation. Otherwise, how could he have the time and hope to pass the other two tribulations in 100 years? I think he can't do it. There were so many amazing geniuses in history, and weren't they all considered to be unparalleled in the world? But in the end, they all fell short of success. It makes people sigh. I think there will be another tragedy. Another 10 years passed, and there was still no terrifying tribulation in the universe. At this time, many people realized that there was most likely a big problem. Logically speaking, Yi Fan should have passed the tribulation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have a chance anymore. There was a terrifying silence, and no tribulations appeared in the world. One had to know that the divine physique Yi Fan's heavenly punishment had reached the last few stages. Once it appeared, it couldn't be hidden at all. It would definitely shake the world. It was too vast and terrifying. More and more people believed that he had most likely met with an accident. In the blink of an eye, 45 years passed. This was not a short period of time. The universe changed. There were old experts who passed away, and new geniuses were born. On this day, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the North Sea of the Ziwei star region. It caused a sensation. Someone saw Yi Fan there. This was like a shocking thunder that exploded everywhere in the universe. Many people went to verify it, and some people personally went to see what was going on. This was because after so many years, even though people didn't say anything, they were all waiting for the result. They wanted to see how far this heaven-defying person had gone. Unfortunately, people went too late. Only some people from the Ziwei star region saw Yi Fan. He quickly disappeared from there. Is it true? Could it be that someone is pretending to be him? It's absolutely true. I can't be wrong. He went to the Sun Saint Emperor's burial ground. How is he now? He doesn't feel very good. His white hair is scattered and he looks very old. When this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. The divine physique Yi Fan's blood qi was as vigorous as the sea. How many people in the world could compare to him? At this level of cultivation, one could live for at least 10,000 years. How could he have aged? It's been 45 years, and he hasn't even passed a single tribulation. He's getting old. There must be a problem with his cultivation. That's right. Haste makes waste. It's a pity that he's such a talent. If he goes on like this, he will destroy himself. Many people sighed. After verification, people were sure that the person who appeared in the North Sea of the Ziwei star region was Yi Fan. This result made people sigh. Cultivation was a gradual process. It couldn't be forced. It had to be done step by step. It was important to follow the natural law. One couldn't attack fiercely. Otherwise, there would be a disaster of death. After several springs and autumns, the setting sun was stained with blood. At the border of the universe, a person was walking alone. This was already the 50th year. Half of a century had passed, and Yi Fan still hadn't passed his tribulation. He was discovered again. The divine physique Yi Fan has appeared again. He's on the ancient path that the Moon Saint Emperor once walked. His body really can't take it anymore. He's getting older. Once the divine physique's blood qi dries up, can it still be called a divine physique? With this kind of physique, once he enters his twilight years, he will lose the glory of being invincible. What happened? Why did he lose so much of his lifespan? People were full of questions. But just like last time, when even more cultivators rushed over, Yi Fan was nowhere to be seen. He continued on his way alone, advancing alone. Many people were disappointed. If this continued, would there still be a need for the ancient supreme beings to take action? Yi Fan stepped on a terrifying path of death. He walked on a path that was half destroyed. Chapter 1730. Peach blossoms filled the mountain. The old trees were like dragons with strong branches. It really looked like an otherworldly peach garden. An old figure walked alone. He would occasionally stop to look at the sunset in the distance and the peach blossoms in front of him. His white hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was covered in the marks of time. He was Yi Fan. He had come to a world that didn't belong to cultivators. All he saw were mortals. Few knew that this place hid an unknown secret. This was Shui Yueqing's favorite place. He had once met a young girl here and had a warm past. This was the place that left the deepest memories of the Demon King's life. After so many years, the peach garden was still the same as before. A stone tablet stood in the middle of the peach forest. There were 3 ancient words carved in demonic script. Peach Garden. Yi Fan walked in silence. Millions of years had passed, but this scenery didn't change much from what he had read in the ancient books. The demon king of a generation, Shui Yueqing, was from a weak race. He went against the path of immortality and finally became an emperor. He became the most powerful person in the universe. However, he had so many joys and sorrows, so many helplessness. He was powerful to the extreme, but in the end, he didn't even get to see the woman he loved one last time. That woman transformed into the Dao, her corpse no longer remaining, only leaving behind a withered flower. In the end, it became his most cherished possession, bringing it with him even in death, leaving it in the tomb. The Demon King obtained the peach tree of immortality. Did he discover it here? Yi Fan wandered for more than 10 days and caught onto a mark that ordinary people couldn't. He also saw the footprints of the Western Empress. She had also come to pay her respects. 50 years, but it feels like I've aged 5,000 years. Yi Fan said softly. His white hair danced in the wind as he strolled in the peach garden. He didn't use any magic or techniques. He was still walking on this path. He didn't give up. There was always a flame in his eyes. It was an unyielding light. He had seen many of the paths of the predecessors. Those people were all emperors and sovereigns. All these years he had been chasing after their footprints. But in the end, they didn't belong to him. However, he managed to capture some of their feelings and emotions, which triggered his inspiration. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years had passed. Time flew by people's fingers, and they couldn't be held back no matter what. In the past 70 years, almost an entire generation of people had passed away in the mortal world. Life continued to change, but it was difficult for people to hear any news about Yi Fan. Yes, there had been no news of him since the 50th year, and it was thought that his condition was getting worse. It was to the extent where there were some who speculated that a single year was equivalent to 100 years, wasting away his own years. Now, he really was heading towards his declining years, forced into a desperate situation by an ancient supreme being, forming a vicious cycle. During the past few decades, the winds and clouds in this world changed, many things happening. This was especially the case in the recent years. Some life-restricted regions underwent abnormal movements. In the underworld, the entire vast underworld was submerged in a black fog. It was hard to see clearly. Even someone as powerful as the quasi-emperor couldn't see through it. A terrifying change had occurred there. There was a wave of powerful fluctuations that seemed like the sound of breathing. It was as if a colossus was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth, about to awaken. During this period of time, a youth sat cross-legged in the starry sky, his eyes closed as he faced the black underworld earth. His hair was completely white, and he had truly aged 7,000 years. However, he never left for even a moment, always facing the underworld earth alone. Some people saw him, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken and in admiration. He faced the underworld alone and stood guard here. Just how great of a spirit was this? How could an ordinary person dare to do such a thing? As for the ancestral star with the great success overlord body, it couldn't calm down during these days either. People heard a terrifying low roar that was extremely oppressive, shaking the great Tao of the universe. Everyone on this star trembled, and some people saw with their own eyes that there was something roaming about in the ancestral cave of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. In the end it came out. It was a vicious beast with black scales all over its body. Dark light was eerie and cold, and mist curled up around it. It was like a terrifying demonic god that wanted to destroy the world. It was like a predator, like a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard. There was a savage aura, and it was naturally even more powerful and terrifying. The scales and other parts made it look extremely sinister, especially the tens to hundreds of enormous spear-like thorns on its back. They shot towards the sky, terrifying and eerie with dark light. In addition to its mouth full of snow-white teeth, it swallowed and spat out stellar streams. It was simply like a beast lord of calamities from the era of creation. This was a heaven-murdering vicious beast that was raised by feeding it the blood of 10,000 spirits. Its origins on this ancestral star were astonishing, because it had once followed a great success overlord body to conquer the world. The path it took was covered in blood and bones. As long as it appeared, it meant that war had arrived. It was the terrifying guardian beast of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. The mount of an overlord of a generation appeared, causing the entire star to be greatly shaken. No one could sit still any longer. This matter was too great. Could it be that the tyrant ether blood was going to reappear in this world and control the rise and fall of the universe? Master didn't come out, but he's very unhappy. He wants all of you to move out and find the whereabouts of the divine physique Yi Fan. This terrifying vicious beast stood in the heavens, swallowing and spitting out stellar streams. Clouds and mist curled up around it as it looked down on the entire great star. Its blood energy engulfed the earth, making everyone's hearts palpitate. They felt waves of discomfort, and many people knelt down. We obey the decree of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. Someone immediately shouted, expressing that they would do everything they could to find the whereabouts of Yi Fan. The others followed suit. The great success overlord body was the sacred ancestor of their race, and no one dared to go against him. Moreover, from the bottom of their hearts, they also revered him, and all of them unconditionally accepted the decree. The heaven-murdering vicious beast nodded. Its eyes were scarlet red, and its scales flickered with black light. It was awe-inspiring, and it turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. It had also set out. So many years had passed, and there was no movement from Yi Fan. Although the hope was getting slimmer and slimmer, the people of the tyrant heavenly bloodline were still worried. They wouldn't forget that the great success tyrant heavenly bloodline who was almost about to become an emperor was killed by the other party's ancient ancestor. They were deeply wary of the sacred physique's bloodline, and that was their greatest enemy. Even though they had obtained the advantage on the ancient starry sky path in these tens of thousands of years, it didn't mean anything. The war between both sides originated from the legendary era. From ancient times until now, those few victories were too insignificant. Big Dipper, this was a place people yearned for, yet also feared. This was the legendary Emperor Burial Star. There were too many secrets buried here, and it used to be extremely glorious. There were traces left behind by many great emperors and ancient emperors. Even now, there were still 7 great life-restricted regions. It was incomparable, and it could be considered the most powerful place under the heavens. In Origin Ancient Mine, A melodious flute sound rang out. It was like a clear spring that flowed into the desert, nourishing all things between heaven and earth. It made everyone feel a type of joy and elegance. Everyone in the northern region was shocked. After several hundred years, they heard this flute sound again. There were people who had heard it as early as when Yi Fan was making a name for himself. Heavens! Multicolored light filled the sky. A heaven-defying figure has appeared. Fairy Lingbo is treading on the sky. That day, many people in the northern region were shaken. Powerful cultivators saw an inconceivable scene. Multicolored mist rose from the absolute beginning forbidden region, and auspicious light shot out in 10,000 streaks. An exceptional beauty moved through the sky, playing the flute as she entered the starry sky. Many people were petrified. What was going on? It wasn't like it was the Dark Era, so how could a powerful figure appear? Did you all know? There has always been a rumor in the cosmos that someone is going to become an emperor, drawing the attention of the great restricted regions. I've heard about it, but not every restricted region is going to take action, right? There have been such things in the past as well. I feel like watching coldly from the sidelines is the choice of most restricted regions. This type of thing, who can say for sure? The northern region was in an uproar, the eastern wastelands panicking. What everyone feared the most was the darkness chaos descending. It seems like they aren't necessarily going to take action against the one who became an emperor, but rather just to understand the situation, see what kind of attitude the one who achieved the Tao in this era has towards them. The one who appeared just now shouldn't be a true supreme being, but he shouldn't be too far off. Hong. There was a restricted region in the eastern wastelands that erupted with a demonic cloud, directly rushing into outer space. That was a terrifying cloud of smoke. Its immortal tomb, someone has appeared as well. It was rumored that this was the burial ground of immortals, the most ancient cemetery known as Immortal Tomb. There were others who said that this was a restricted region from the legendary era. Soon after, the sea of reincarnation trembled. A streak of blood light pierced through the sun and moon, turning into a rainbow, disappearing into outer space. This startled the world of mortals. The great restricted regions all made strange movements one after another, making everyone feel uneasy and alarmed. Would there really be someone who achieved the Tao in this era? This drew the attention of the great restricted regions. The benefits were at stake. The people in the life-restricted regions all believed that this era was unordinary. Were those who achieved the Tao going to appear? Were they trying to determine if there was any conflict with him? Could it really be Yi Fan? However, from the rumors of the past 70 years, his condition was extremely terrible, not even making it through a single tribulation. The Tao Comprehension Tea tree swayed with walala sounds, its leaves flickering. A powerful creature emerged from Undying Mountain. With a single step, heaven and earth trembled, also rushing into the heavens. What is going on? No matter how you look at it, it seems like someone really will achieve the Tao. How can they be so sure? That day, great waves were stirred up in the cosmos, all sides unable to calm down. Abnormalities appeared in the life-restricted regions, making everyone tremble. In the end, an important piece of news spread, and only then did everyone understand. Someone discovered the chaotic body, moreover already reaching the quasi-emperor realm, drawing the attention of the restricted regions. Someone used the sky-reflecting crystal to record a scene in the cosmos, truly recreating the scene they saw. It was brought back by the disciples outside the restricted regions, triggering a great commotion. The sky-reflecting crystal could remember true history. There were people who copied and replicated it, allowing ordinary people to see that scene as well. In the dark heavens, there was a white-clothed individual seated with his back towards everyone. Chaotic energy surged from the crown of his head, defying the heavens and rising, incomparably terrifying. The surrounding stars lost their radiance, all of the spiritual essence absorbed by him, ultimately turning into primal chaos immortal essence. Did the chaotic body really appear? Was he going to become an emperor? It drew the attention of the restricted regions. This really was a terrifying great era. What was unexpected was that some of the visitors from the restricted regions were searching for the chaotic body, and there were others who were actually searching for Yi Fan's whereabouts. This result left the people of the world shocked once again. This cosmos was going to become chaotic. Everyone sensed the calm before a storm. Someone was going to become an emperor. Chapter 1731. On a Dao platform within God's organization, the old God suddenly exploded. His body shattered into hundreds of pieces, and his primordial spirit also shattered, turning into a large expanse of light rain. He had died a miserable death on this day. This sudden event triggered a great sorrow. All the members wept loudly. The old God had actually died at this time. Some people saw 3 people from Big Dipper passing by on the day of the old God's explosion. This made people have a bad feeling and caused a great commotion. They were experts that came from 3 different restricted regions. Some said that they were ancient supreme beings' relatives, and of course, there were others who said that they were mounts that took human form. There were many different opinions, and those who believed that it was the former occupied the majority. The 3 of them were called the 3 otherworldly deities, because this time, they came together, advancing and retreating together. This is too terrifying. The old God of God's organization actually exploded. How could this be? Did those 3 secretly take action? God's organization was in chaos. Many people believed that this was most likely a murder and that someone had secretly harmed the old God. However, there were also people who objected. Outsiders didn't know the details of that battle back then, but the experts within God's organization all knew that the old God couldn't hold on for much longer. He had only come back to make arrangements for his funeral. He had lived for another 70 years, which was already his limit. God's organization was in chaos and almost broke into a quarrel. In the end, the white-haired sword god took action domineeringly, splitting the sky with a sword and stabilizing the situation. All kinds of disturbances were incessant. Everyone knew that the universe was about to become chaotic. The peace was about to be broken, and the power structure was about to change. At the old god's funeral, the appearance of a young man attracted many people's attention. It was actually Yi Tong, the eldest disciple of the Saint Physique Yi Fan. He hadn't gone into seclusion during these years and had always been fighting and fighting. He wanted to truly share the burden of Yi Fan and fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He had also been extremely outstanding during these years. 30 years ago, he had personally killed the ancient prince and caused a sensation. In terms of age, Yi Tong was only 20 to 30 years younger than Yi Fan. They were master and disciple, but from the perspective of cultivators' long lifespans, it wasn't wrong to see them as the same generation. With his powerful talents, it wasn't surprising that he had obtained such accomplishments. Now, at such a sensitive time, his appearance naturally attracted attention because the entire universe was paying attention to his master's movements. Yi Tong came as a representative of the celestial court. She solemnly bowed, presented flowers, and nodded at the white-haired sword god. Not long after, she left. However, he hadn't gone far when an expert chased after him. "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. My master is waiting for you." "Who is your master?" "Yunxia Xianxia," the incomer replied. Yi Tong gazed into the distance and saw a seductive figure standing on the stellar river. She nodded and smiled at him with a smile that could topple cities. She was extremely beautiful and otherworldly, and she held a jade flute in her hand. He ascended into the sky and arrived at the Milky Way. "Don't tell me it's from a life-forbidden region? Why is there an indescribable aura?" Yi Tong's eyebrows twitched. At his level of cultivation, his divine senses were extremely terrifying. Naturally, he could sense many things. He felt that this might be a supreme being's descendant, or perhaps a relative. There was a special type of charm and aura that made even his fine hairs stand on end. This person was extremely powerful. If they truly fought, he would definitely be a great enemy. Yi Tong's current cultivation was extremely powerful, but he still felt that this woman was extremely dangerous. "I don't have any ill intentions, only wishing to meet with your master and ask him what his attitude towards the restricted regions is." The woman was extremely calm, directly stating her intentions. "My master has gone to cultivate. No one knows where he is," Yi Tong said. "Is that so?" The woman looked at him, her eyes revealing 7 colors. Then she nodded and said, I understand. This woman was extremely powerful, possessing a power that could penetrate one's soul. Even Yi Tong, who had personally killed the ancient prince, couldn't help but have a serious expression, facing her seriously. However, the other party didn't reveal any killing intent. With a relaxed smile, she then drifted into the distance. Master, where are you? What exactly is going on? The Great Restricted Regions are truly concerned about your current situation, viewing you and the chaotic body as people who are going to achieve the Tao. Yi Tong said to himself. During these years, they were extremely worried, because the 2 times Yi Fan appeared, there wasn't any exciting news. Even though they didn't see him, the people of the world were all talking about how he had aged. The people from the celestial court didn't search for him. Yi Fan had repeatedly warned that no one should set foot on his path. Not long after Yi Tong left, the 3 otherworldly deities arrived. They came from 3 different life-restricted regions, and they walked together, appearing in the starry sky where Yi Tong had stood. I want to meet the divine physique or someone related to him. Who can provide that information? The 3 were extremely calm as they spoke outside the gods' organization, asking everyone. Everyone trembled inwardly. These people didn't come with good intentions. Powerful cultivators from the restricted regions had appeared, and if they really came for the celestial court's Yi Fan, it might lead to a riot. After this day, many people in the cosmos knew that supreme experts from Undying Mountain, Immortal Mausoleum, and Sea of Reincarnation had appeared. They paid more attention to Yi Fan than the chaotic body. The people of the celestial court were scattered throughout the cosmos, and no one jumped out. They also didn't want to cause trouble at this critical juncture. There were only 30 years left, and there would be a result. There was no need to resist now. Even Yi Tong didn't provoke them. He deeply understood how terrifying the restricted regions were, and now wasn't the time for a great battle. It could be assumed that the restricted regions wanted to understand Yi Fan's attitude. However, there were some things that couldn't be avoided even if one wanted to. There would always be people who would come knocking on one's door. In the starry sky, a beam of golden light was flying at extreme speed. He displayed the Rho formula to the extreme, scattering drops of golden blood as he fled for his life. Xianxia had suffered serious injuries, and scarlet blood and golden blood scattered everywhere. He was fleeing in the starry sky. If he hadn't cultivated the Rho formula to the extreme, maintaining extreme speed and protecting his primordial spirit, he would have truly been in danger. Behind him, there was a huge vicious beast emitting overflowing flames. Its entire body flickered with black light, and its scales were dense. It was as savage as a jackal, and it was precisely the heaven-devouring beast from the tyrant body's ancestral star. Buzz! On its back, a spear-like spike flew out, transforming into a beam of black light that pierced through the cosmos as it shot toward Xianxi's back. Not long ago, Xianxia had suffered similar injuries. His cultivation realm wasn't as high as this vicious beast's, and there was a difference of several heavens between them. It wasn't easy for him to survive. Xianxia rapidly evaded, tearing open the sky to evade the black spike. However, this vicious beast was simply too powerful. It was suppressing him purely with its cultivation realm, and it followed him like a shadow. It used a type of secret treasure to lock onto Xianxia. Every time it was shaken off, it would find Xianxia again. As long as you tell me where Yi Fan is, I'll spare your life, the vicious beast said coldly. You're just a mount. Don't try to act like a tyrant. If you have the ability, take me down. Otherwise, don't boast. Xianxia replied. Just like Yi Tong, he had always been tempering himself outside, and he hadn't gone into seclusion. Talented people like him needed powerful opponents to temper themselves. 2 days later, Xianxi's body was covered in blood, and he was almost crippled. He had finally shaken off his pursuers, and he returned to a secret location in the celestial court. There were no heavenly soldiers here, only a few familiar friends. Mother ****. What happened? Who did this? The Black Emperor was hopping mad. It's a heaven-devouring beast from the Overlord body star. It's the mount of a first-rate Overlord body. Xianxia said, Go and summon Yi Tong, the sacred prince, the human devil, and the mountain phoenix. Let's kill it together. The Black Emperor was furious. Before Yi Fan left, he had asked him to protect everyone, and he had left everything to him. He had believed that the Black Emperor, who had followed Great Emperor Wuxia for many years, had many ways to deal with this. But today, Xianxia had almost died outside. How could he not be furious? Not long after, news arrived that the sacred prince had also been ambushed, but he was safe and sound. He had returned to the celestial court. Maybe it was the three otherworldly gods. They didn't show themselves, and I only managed to block them with my immortal iron rod. Mother Ker, let's all move out and get rid of the heaven-devouring beast first. Since we're enemies, we'll clash sooner or later. Let's kill it first. No one would have thought that the celestial court would react so fiercely. In the era when Yi Fan had disappeared, they had scattered and kept a low profile. But now, they suddenly flew into a rage. If we want to kill it, let's kill it thoroughly. Everyone, gather up. Alright, go and report to the first divine general. Ask him to keep an eye on the overlord body ancestral star. We've never been afraid of trouble. In a short half a month, the human devil Yi Tong, Komatsu, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, the Mountain Phoenix, the Sacred Prince, and the other quasi-emperor level forces were all mobilized. According to the Black Emperor's protective nature, he even wanted to invite the victorious Fighting Buddha and Gu Tianshu. He had already learned from Yi Fan that the two were on the ancient Amitabha planet. This was the battle that the quasi-emperor mobilized the most in the past 70 years. They cast a net across the cosmos and secretly searched for the high-profile heaven-devouring beast. In the end, they decisively took action. This battle was extremely bloody. No one had expected that the celestial court, which had been silent for 70 years, would be so terrifying. They weren't ordinary experts, but a group of quasi-emperor rebels. Old thing, do you think you can do whatever you want just because your realm is high? You're just a mount, yet you dare to kill in all directions. Today I'll kill you. Pfft. The heaven-devouring beast's front leg was directly smashed by everyone and turned into a large expanse of bloody mist. This was an ancient beast that had once accompanied the Supremes to conquer the cosmos. It had seen all kinds of grand scenes, but today, even it was terrified. A group of quasi-emperor went crazy and attacked it, causing it to suffer a great loss in the first exchange. Its realm was indeed high, but it couldn't resist the powerful killing weapons in the other party's hands. They smashed a broken emperor weapon at it, beating it until it didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. "Who dares to fight me alone?" the heaven-devouring beast shouted. "Fight your sister. Let's reduce your realm to the same level as us. We can go up one by one and beat you until you go crazy. Right now, we're ganging up on you." The Black Emperor went berserk. "Old thing, who told you to bully my nephew again? Today, this old phoenix grandpa will beat you to death." The mountain phoenix revealed his true form. All the feathers on his body stood erect, and then all of them shot out. At this moment, he had simply transformed into a large pheasant that had shed its feathers. He was very wretched and terrifying. Almost all of his feathers stabbed into the heaven-devouring beast's body. "Nephew, take it easy. Don't ruin my new clothes." The old pheasant saw Xianxia smashing the heaven-devouring beast with the immortal iron rod given to him by the sacred prince. Xianxia was so excited that he was trembling. He had thoroughly crippled the large success tyrant body mount. There was no suspense in this battle. The heaven-devouring beast was killed. In the end, the human devil and the sacred prince who hadn't made a move yet came forward and dissected it, turning it into a pot of delicious food. After this matter spread out, the entire cosmos was shaken. The strength of the celestial court was too terrifying. Even if it was disbanded, it still couldn't be provoked. After hearing this, the three otherworldly gods became quiet. They didn't look for Yi Fan or anyone related to him in a high-profile manner. Of course, after this battle, the people of the celestial court also disappeared, never to appear again. The tyrant body ancestral star went berserk. But on this day, a white-haired youth appeared. He sat cross-legged on the star with a terrifyingly hard bow across his legs. "I still have 30 years to live. If you're not satisfied, then break open your immortal source and come out to fight. Let's see who's more ruthless." He sneered. As long as the sacred body passes the tribulation, the two of you will die, someone said coldly. Is that so? I'll wait. I can still wait for 30 years. Chuan Ying faced the tyrant body ancestral star and then turned to look in the direction of the underworld. 10 years, 20 years. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 100th year had arrived. Chapter 1732. 100 years passed in a hurry. A generation of mortals had turned to dust. The passage of time had obliterated many things. Yi Fan still hadn't appeared. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, never to return. There was no news of him at all. Many people sighed. Was he going to die just like that? After suffering for 100 years, he still couldn't defy the heavens. In the 100th year, Yi Fan didn't appear as scheduled. This made people feel deeply regretful. Everyone knew how competitive he was in the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's road. He had endless potential, but under the enormous pressure of the ancient supremes, he ran into a big problem. Some people were happy, some were worried. Their standpoints were different, so their reactions were naturally different. Ha! The old killing Saint Chi Luo laughed sorrowfully. This result was too cruel. The people of the celestial court had endured humiliation for 100 years, waiting for the day Yi Fan returned. They had never thought that this would be the result. Master. Komatsu's eyes were red. He stood on a cliff and gazed at the starry river. Around him, the pine trees rustled. Large drops of tears rolled down his face. Did he die just like that? In the underworld, the vast underworld was drowned in black mist. A cold voice came from the prison suppression palace. What a pity. Someone sighed in the Dao Palace. Did he really fail? This saves me a lot of trouble. A ruthless voice reverberated in the starry sky from the ancestral star of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. 100 years of waiting, 100 years of waiting, 100 years of silence, and finally, it ended in such a way. It was plain and indifferent, not even a ripple was stirred up. In general, Yi Fan's influence in the universe was huge. An entire generation had been influenced by him, fighting against the ancient supremes and conquering the dark chaos, leaving behind an illustrious name. His failure, his sad ending, made many people feel sad. Many youths had once made him their goal, but in the end, the person in front of them had fallen. This was the end of an era. The glorious era belonging to Yi Fan had come to an end. You said you would return. That was the promise you made with me. On the mountain peak, the snow orchid trees swayed in the wind, scattering large patches of white petals. Ji Ziyue's face was filled with tears, looking dejected. She did not cry loudly, but her tears fell silently. She had experienced too many parting of life and death. Her tolerance was already very strong, but her heart still ached. Yi Fan, you bastard! Hurry up and come back. If you die like this, will you be able to face Ziyue and us brothers? Pang Bo roared. Yi Fan, what did you promise us back then? You'll definitely come back in 100 years. We don't hope for you to break through, we just want you to live. Li Heishui also roared towards the sky, tears streaming down his face. Within a private room, there was a soul lamp. Many people rushed in to see what was going on. It's broken. The sacred prince sighed. When they heard these words, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces became pale. Was there really no hope at all? When he left back then, he crushed it himself, the Black Emperor said. Before Yi Fan left, he secretly shattered his own soul lamp to not let others know if he was dead or alive. What did he do like this? Maybe he had already predicted the ending. Without a soul lamp, he gave everyone some hope. How can this bastard do this? He said he would come back, he said he would come back. Pang Bo roared. He then hugged his head and squatted on the ground. Tears flowed down continuously. He and Yi Fan came from the same place and had gone through life and death together. They had experienced so many hardships, seen blood and bones, and reached this day with great difficulty. In the end, they were separated by life and death. It was hard for him to accept this. 100 years had passed, and the various departments of the celestial court were all restless. They had waited for too long, but when the agreed date arrived, Yi Fan did not appear. There were many rumors in the outside world, but one thing was pretty much the same. Yi Fan had failed and died on the path to Emperor Ascension. His soul had already returned to the earth, and it was impossible for him to return alive. How could it be like this? We don't believe it. The great banner of the celestial court still has a day to rise again. We want to conquer the 9 heavens, and even the restricted regions are not our destination. We want to enter the immortal domain, and there is a boundless battle map waiting for us. How could it be like this? The celestial court had dozens of battalions, and each division had over 10,000 people. 100 years had passed, and they had already begun to reunite. But now, it was all for naught. I still want to see for myself. Unfortunately, he's a short-lived ghost. I won't have the chance to take his head, ha! Under the starry sky, someone laughed loudly. Moreover, he was standing in the original headquarters of the celestial court. Now, this place had long been abandoned, and there was only a spacious palace left. During these years, people continuously came out from the restricted regions. There were ancient supreme beings' mounts, personal guards, and bloodline descendants. All of their identities were astonishing. After the Black Emperor, Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the others killed the heaven-devouring beast, the world had been quiet for a period of time. But after they went into seclusion, these years were not peaceful again. So it's a Dao brother from the Sea of Reincarnation. Are you here to express your emotions? The master of reincarnation of your bloodline has fallen. It is said that the holy physique Yi Fan from more than 400 years ago, although he was not strong, he still played a role in it. A woman descended from the starry sky. She could not be considered beautiful, but she had an otherworldly aura. There was a third vertical eye between her eyebrows, and her aura was oppressive. The ruins of God are not much better. Even the Thunder God Prince who came out later died in battle. The young man from the Sea of Reincarnation turned around and looked at the woman. He said, "Are you the daughter of the ruins from back then?" "That's me." "Are you Brother Wangsheng from the Sea of Reincarnation?" The woman asked indifferently. "Correct. It seems that you don't want to attack me, do you?" Wangsheng said. The daughter of the ruins said, "Why would I attack you? I heard that there are 3 old guys who have joined forces and come together. They are called the 3 gods outside the world. They are looking for the chaotic body. We can't do nothing." Wangsheng immediately laughed and said, "I also want to attack. I heard that the celestial court has an extraordinary background. Why don't we join forces and destroy this bloodline?" "That's exactly what I want. Even the holy physique Yi Fan is no longer here. I think we should completely turn this school into ashes. I hate this name." The daughter of the ruins said. "Yes, I also hate this name. The masters cannot come out, so only we can wipe them out." Wangsheng laughed and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. "When this matter is over, the universe should be peaceful again. At that time, the other immortal path should be about to open. I hope that this time, I can see the immortal domain." The daughter of the ruins said with a smile. The light in her eyes was extremely frightening. After this day, a portion of the restricted region's disciples came together, forming an alliance. They were going to kill Yi Tong, Komatsu, Yang Shi, and the others. They were going to eliminate all of them. They decided to eliminate the celestial court completely. This was a terrifying decision, as well as a terrifying alliance. Every single one of these people had astonishing origins. Even though there were only a few of them, they were enough to sweep through the universe. There weren't many who could match them. The Golden Lion army has been wiped out. They were completely wiped out. Only the Lion King was pushed into the Realm Gate and luckily survived. More than 10,000 people were wiped out. The Black Emperor's face was frighteningly overcast. After receiving this grievous news, he almost jumped up, almost summoning all of the quasi-emperors to attack together. However, he endured it. The other party was forcing them. The children of the restricted region joined forces to eliminate important figures like them. Now, they were going to use a great slaughter method to force them to appear. The Sky Scorpion army has also been wiped out. This time, it was even more thorough. Even the Sky Scorpion saint who had followed Yi Fan on the ancient starry sky path had died. His head had been crushed by the reincarnation sea's deceased prince, his body and soul extinguished. This was an iron-blooded massacre. It made the troops of the celestial court furious. They had already endured. 100 years had passed, and they were scattered in all directions. Now, there were still people who wanted to kill all of them. Only a few battalions have reunited, but they were wiped out just like that, Yi Tong said in a low voice. Order them to endure and not gather together. The enemy is too strong. Now is not the time to fight them head-on. The Black Emperor held back a mouthful of blood and forcefully swallowed it. 2 battalions, tens of thousands of people were killed just like that. This made the flames of anger burn in their hearts. They wanted to immediately kill their way out. However, the brothers couldn't hold it in anymore. They felt that they were too angry. They wanted to establish the banner of the Celestial Court and reunite their former generals to get revenge for their fallen brothers. Xianxia said, the dozens of battalions of the Celestial Court and the millions of elites were all furious. Even though they were scattered in all directions, they still reunited after receiving the news and were about to act. Those people from the restricted areas also want us to go out. Isn't this playing into their hands? The Black Emperor said coldly. He was murderous. Then he looked at the sky and said, don't forget, this is the 100th year. There is still 1 year left. The 101st year hasn't arrived yet. Master? Can you still come back? The voices of Yi Fan's disciples were trembling. They had been burning with anxiety these days and were filled with sorrow. However, they could not show it because they still had to deal with all kinds of battles. Wait, tell them to endure for another year. If Yi Fan dies, this emperor will go all out and lead them to turn this universe upside down. The Black Emperor said viciously. It had to be said that the Black Emperor had a certain level of authority. He had followed Great Emperor Wuxia before. When he became serious, the battle generals of all the battalions felt slightly fearful. All right, we will endure and wait for the Celestial Court's banner to rise again. Many battalions endured the pain and replied. We know that we are no match for the children of the restricted areas. We hope that our Celestial Court's quasi-emperor will lead us out as soon as possible. Since we still have to endure, we will obey. They were filled with unwillingness and sullenness as they waited for the order. Is that so? A few children of the restricted areas have joined hands and want to eradicate the Celestial Court. Very good, let the descendants with the tyrant ether blood flow in their bodies go out and attack with them. Kill them all for me. On this day, a few people walked out of the tyrant body's ancestral star. Although they did not have pure tyrant blood, they were still incomparably terrifying. 2 of them had even broken out of the ancestral cave. The Immortal Crane Battalion's commander was killed by someone. He was unable to reform his battalion and was only discovered by someone with tyrant blood flowing in his body. He was killed by someone with tyrant blood flowing in his body. When they received this news, all the battalions of the Celestial Court were furious. 30 years ago, they were so furious that they killed the tyrant body's mount that they became famous in the universe. Who would have thought that this clan would make a move again today to kill their heroes? One of the battalions could not endure it and used an incomplete emperor formation to attack. However, it failed and was massacred by the tyrant body bloodline. More than 12,000 of our brothers died and blood dyed the starry sky red. When he received this news, the Black Emperor was furious. He let out a loud roar that shattered the main hall and stood up. During this period of time, tens of thousands of members of the Celestial Court were killed. They did not die in the glorious war of the past, but were sullenly killed by someone who came knocking on their door and killed in a dignified manner. You humiliated my Celestial Court and killed my comrades. I must take revenge for this. The Black Emperor swore. He began to speed up the arrangements and prepared even more terrifying Great Emperor formation patterns. At the desolate edge of the universe, on a piece of chaos stone, a white-haired man stood horizontally. His hair was snow-white and his body had long lost its luster. It was dim and yellow, and there were traces of his bones penetrating through his skin. He was very weak and had 1 foot in the grave. He did not have any signs of life and there were no fluctuations. It was as if he had died 10,000 years ago. Chapter 1733. Many battalions can't hold it in any longer. They are crying out in sorrow, asking us to start the war. With the quasi-emperor leading the way, we will kill those tyrant blood experts and kill the children of the restricted areas to take revenge for our fallen brothers. In the past, the celestial court was so glorious. Wherever the army went, the invaders would turn to dust. Who dared to oppose them? But now that they were disbanded, they were still attacked. This was a kind of humiliation, and even more so a great grievance. Many people would rather fall in the glory of the past and die in battle than be like this. I know that the brothers are very angry and wronged, but the celestial court has long been thoroughly studied by others. If they dare to act like this, I think they definitely have a powerful backup plan. You have to know that those people come from the restricted areas. They have emperor weapons and divine formations. They are just waiting for us to jump out and capture us all. The Black Emperor said with a gloomy face. He had followed the great emperor before, and no one knew better than him how terrifying these people were. Now that these people had joined hands, how could it not be shocking? It was doing all it could to have all kinds of backup plans and power. If it really can't be done, let Nanan go out. Yang, she said fiercely. He was in the pro-war faction and really wanted to turn the world upside down. When little Nanan was mentioned, more haze appeared in the Black Emperor's eyes. He sighed and shook his head in denial. Before Yi Fan left, he didn't hide anything from it. He told it about the corner of the future he saw and evolved it for it. He told it to be careful. Even though the trajectory of the future had deviated and changed, it hadn't been completely overturned. Otherwise, the old god wouldn't have died. In that corner of the future, little Nanan moved out, but she provoked more than one ancient ego. They wanted to swallow her and refine her as a supreme Tao fruit. Thus, it triggered a great war that had never been seen since ancient times. The degree of bitterness could no longer be described with words. The universe collapsed and all the experts fell. There weren't many life stars and traces of experts left. The future that Yi Fan saw, in the end, did not have little Nanan. After the Black Emperor learned of this, his heart jumped. He didn't dare to really push the little girl out anymore. He was afraid that a tragedy would happen again. He was afraid that there would be no turning back. Master, you must come back. Komatsu said softly. There was still 1 year left, and the deadline would be over, but Yi Fan hadn't even survived a single calamity. Up until now, almost everyone thought that he was doomed, otherwise he would have appeared long ago. The situation didn't change. Occasionally, there would be generals of the celestial court who were killed. Even though the Black Empress had given a strict order to hide and not gather, there were still people who were found and died in battle in the starry sky. In the end, the demonic man couldn't bear it anymore. He took the stone artifact that was close to the Emperor realm and went on a killing spree. In the end, he suffered a bitter end. The people in the Forbidden Region were indeed prepared. They were serious. This time, they brought out Imperial formation runes, and some even brought out magical artifacts of this level to encircle the old man. If it wasn't for his unparalleled Xian art and the great improvement in his cultivation in recent years, he would have definitely died outside. Even so, he still suffered heavy injuries and came back covered in blood. Don't go, I almost accidentally entered the Imperial killing formation. These people have prepared more than one trump card. The old man said with a gloomy face. This result made everyone fall silent. Mother f asterisk cur, don't make me go crazy, the large black dog shouted fiercely. What other trump cards do you have? Use them all. If you can destroy them, use them as soon as possible. Hua Hua said. You can destroy them, but I will also disappear, and you will never see me again. Do you want that? The Black Empress revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth as she looked at her. No. Hua Hua shook her head. While the celestial court was covered in dark clouds, various major events were also happening in the outside world. The 3 otherworldly gods found the traces of the chaotic physique and chased after him. Unfortunately, they only saw his back, which they recorded with the heaven-reflecting crystal. The appearance of the chaotic physique distracted the attention of the children of the Forbidden Region. They also chased after him, wanting to get to the bottom of this. This was because this was very important. In the era of legends, the chaotic physique was the most transcendent bloodline, and it was said that once it appeared, it would definitely be invincible in the world. In a sense, the appearance of this person took some of the pressure off the celestial court. Many people in the world were speculating that since the chaotic physique had reached the quasi-emperor realm, it was impossible for it to remain silent for so many years. It must have come out to gain experience, and someone should have seen it. It's him, we've seen that person, the little Daoist master Zhang Qingyang said in surprise. Within the celestial court, there were also people discussing the chaotic physique. Even the Black Empress admitted that perhaps only the innate holy physique could be on par with the chaotic physique. When we came to the celestial court back then, we saw him crossing the tribulation, chasing the tens of thousands of kilometers long azure dragon, snake, and others. The chaotic energy was boiling, and it was incomparably terrifying, Long Yuxuan added. That day, they came to cross the galaxy with Zhang Wenchang and rushed to the celestial court. On the way, they captured the scene of a young man crossing the tribulation, and it was also the back view. Now, comparing the scene with the heaven-reflecting crystal, they recognized that it was the person they had seen that day. That man's spiritual sense was terrifyingly sharp, and he had even chased after them back then. If they hadn't been in the spatial passage, the three of them would have died. Unfortunately, even they hadn't seen that person's appearance. It was too far away, and it was all a blur. This person's realm shouldn't be as high as Master's, so he hasn't been sensed by the Supremes yet. But if he's crossing the tribulation again, it might be soon. The appearance of the chaotic physique and the disturbance caused by Yi Fan made this sea of stars feel like a storm was coming, and people always felt that there would be a world-shaking battle. Several days later, the chaotic physique showed up again, and one of the three otherworldly deities chased after it. A great collision occurred, and that deity was seriously injured. This result caused a huge uproar. Every part of the universe was in an uproar. This person was indeed amazing. Even one of the unfathomable three otherworldly deities had been defeated and was no match for him. Moreover, through this battle, it was clearly confirmed that he had the chaotic physique, and it wasn't just a rumor. Overnight, the chaotic physique shook the universe, and his fame skyrocketed, making people feel his strength and endless potential. It was like another young great emperor was rising on the emperor's path. 100 years had passed, and the two people had two different fates. Yi Fan had also been shining brightly, and many people had placed endless hope on him. But now, his life and death had become a mystery, and he hadn't appeared yet. The other person soared into the sky in this chaotic world, and it seemed like he would fly out of the sky. The eyes of the whole universe were focused on him. Is this fate? I thought highly of you, but unfortunately, you didn't come back. Now, another person has appeared, and he's so dazzling. If the chaotic physique really achieves the way, he might be able to compete with venerable sovereigns, right? Outside the underworld, a youth sat cross-legged, facing the vast black underworld earth alone. Although he had a baby face, he already looked old, and his hair was snow-white. Many years had passed, and he had returned to this place, intimidating the underworld emperor in the underworld. He was facing the most ancient great force alone, and this could be considered a kind of unparalleled power. Unfortunately, his life had finally come to an end, and his life flame was about to be extinguished. He felt a little regretful and sad as he looked into the depths of the starry sky. It's time for the curtain to fall on me. The chaotic physique appeared briefly, and disappeared not long after, never appearing again. He had completely broken free from the pursuit of the experts from the restricted area, but there was no end to the topic of his divine ring and body. As he disappeared, the pressure on the celestial court multiplied again. The children of the restricted area and the people of the tyrant's bloodline were all chasing after his traces, wanting to eliminate him. The black bear saint has died in battle. What? The old bear has been killed. CK their grandpas, I'm going to fight it out with them. Longmo was anxious. Only a few of the 12 saints from back then were left now, and they had been killed like this. It made his blood boil with anger. The only fortunate thing is that the various combat divisions are no longer restless and have all endured, scattered to various parts of the universe. There shouldn't be too many casualties, said the killing Saint Chi Luo. Despite this being the case, the troops of the celestial court still felt heartache. Quite a few people had died in the end, and every one of them had a flame hidden within their hearts. They wanted nothing more than to immediately start a massacre. If Yi Fan dies, this emperor will throw caution to the wind and lead the brothers in a massacre. We will pierce through this universe and get revenge for our fallen brothers. In the end, the Black Emperor expressed his stance, using his life as a guarantee. The casualties decreased, but the storm never calmed down. Those children of the restricted area rampaged through the cosmos, directly threatening to wipe out the celestial court. They wouldn't give them a chance. That's right, the celestial court must be destroyed. This was their voice and decision. It could be said that they were bullying others intolerably. They massacred the troops of the celestial court, and they were still so high-profile, acting unrestrained in the starry sky. They didn't put the celestial court in their eyes at all. The people of the world all sighed. This world's most powerful power was indeed a life-restricted area. They were incomparable, and who could contend against them? The tyrant bloodline was even more direct, never stopping, not even letting heavenly soldiers go. During this period of time, they used all of their power to search for them, slaughtering the troops of the celestial court. Their savagery, the blood on their hands, was even greater than that of the restricted area children, even more hateful. Only in the end, when it became difficult to find the people of the celestial court, did their steps slow down a bit. The world was in chaos, the smell of blood becoming more and more intense. Great chaos was about to rise, Dao disaster about to arrive. Even the restricted areas weren't at peace. This made the people of the world feel suffocated. In the desolate border of the cosmos, on top of the primal chaos stone, that weak figure moved. He slowly got up, sitting up. Even though he was no longer in his prime, his youth fading, his eyes still released two streaks of cold lightning, sharp and world-shocking. He didn't die, instead as if he woke up from some type of Dao comprehension state. His face had traces carved on it by the blades of time that were difficult to erase, but his spirit didn't decrease. 100 years passed in a hurry, yet it feels like 10,000 years, he said to himself. Immediately afterwards, he took steps, leaving the desolate border of the cosmos, entering the depths of the boundless sea of stars, walking towards ancient lands of life. Someone with the tyrant Empyrean blood flowing through his body? He heard some rumors along the way, and his brows furrowed. When his eyes opened and closed, the beams of light were astonishing, suppressing the sun and moon. Old man, be careful. You can't go to that star domain up ahead. I heard that the troops of the celestial court are hiding there, and the tyrant bloodline is currently investigating and hunting them down. The white-haired man didn't pay him any attention. He took a step out, disappearing from this place, directly entering the river of stars up ahead. Something's not right. That person just now looked a bit familiar. Heavens, could it be him? Damn it, I can't be seeing things, right? Under the river of stars, there were experts of the tyrant bloodline's ancestral star overseeing it. Countless great armies were heading over here, searching for the few military divisions hiding in this star domain, wanting to cleanse them with blood. For you, someone shouted. Then a group of fighters rushed over. The white-haired man's eyes blazed, and in an instant, they lit up as he stared forward. A terrifying thing happened. These people actually seemed to have encountered the wrath of an immortal king, and all of them collapsed, turning into blood and bones. Up ahead, the great army was shocked and roared as they charged over, but the white-haired man's eyes blazed. As he swept his gaze over, swathes of people were directly turned into ashes, exploding in the cosmos, turning into blood mist, and turning into fine powder. This person was simply like a deity descending to the mortal world, looking down on the common people. Any movement, any kind of fluctuation, or even his gaze, could cause this world to collapse. Chapter 1734. This person's white hair was like a waterfall, draping over his chest and back. The light in his eyes was like a torch, and the army in front of him was turned into ashes. Wherever his gaze passed, all the experts suffered. The reincarnation of the celestial emperor. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw him. He was too terrifying. Just his gaze alone was enough to turn an entire army into ashes. How could they resist? Formation! Someone shouted from behind, but what was the use of that? The one who came was cold and emotionless. He looked forward. The starry sky collapsed, the sun and moon exploding, this place splitting apart. Heavens! This scene made their scalps go numb and all of the fine hairs on their bodies stand on end. A few people knelt on the ground. This was a miracle. How were they going to fight? The two sides were not on the same level at all. The difference was like heaven and earth. Everyone was in despair. This was an unrivaled hero. Even though his hair was white, who could face him head-on? Even the appearance of an ancient supreme being was nothing more than this. Everyone's hearts turned cold. They were people from two different worlds. Even if there were 1,000,000 of them, they would not be able to harm a single hair on the other party's head. Who are you? A loud shout came from afar, and a figure quickly approached. This was a middle-aged man with a head of purple hair. His eyes were resplendent like golden lamps. In his hands was a bronze heavenly spear, battle intent surging. He was a powerful quasi-emperor, and he was full of anger. In this great world, who dared to violate the life-forbidden zone? The person who came was actually so fearless, starting a massacre. However, when he saw Yi Fan's appearance, he instantly felt as if he'd fallen into an icehouse, and all his rage transformed into cold air. He felt cold from head to toe, and his entire body trembled. You are the holy physique Yi Fan. You are still alive. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears, causing their blood to almost freeze, and all of them turned pale with shock. The main character still didn't die, actually coming back. This person's reputation during the past several hundred years was too great, his might shaking the cosmos. He killed ancient princes, fought against ancient supreme being bloodlines, his hands covered in blood. To enemies like them, this was a peerless demon king. There were traces of age on Yi Fan's face, but his majesty didn't diminish. Instead, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. His eyes were as deep as the sea of stars, making people sink into them at first glance. Even their souls were about to be lost and collapse. No one dared to look him in the eye. Moreover, how could that type of aura be so terrifying? It was almost comparable to that of an ancient supreme being. The person in charge of the tyrant body's ancestral star was a powerful quasi-emperor who had broken out of the ancestral cavern and followed the tyrant body. What had he not seen? But from the moment he laid eyes on Yi Fan, he couldn't help but tremble. He knew that things weren't looking good. Go! He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to quickly retreat. It was because he understood that staying here meant certain death, without the slightest bit of hope. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their backbone, the strongest quasi-emperor, was scared to this extent. Just how terrifying was the other party? Could he be a true great emperor? The army of tens of thousands rushed in all directions, wanting to escape. There were even people who tore open the void and crossed the universe. However, everything was futile. Although Yi Fan's white hair was disheveled, he was incomparably powerful. With a flick of his sleeve, a rumbling sound was heard as it covered the entire starry field. Tens of thousands of people were sucked in, and some of the sun, moon, and stars were also sucked into his sleeve. This scene was too terrifying. Those were great stars, and they were sucked into the sleeve along with the army. The entire universe was in the palm of his hand. Bang! With a flick of Yi Fan's sleeve, the army of tens of thousands of people turned into ashes. There was no lack of sages among them. They turned into powder along with the star fragments, and the ashes scattered into the cold universe. Kill them all. With such a heavy killing intent, aren't you afraid that the heavens will punish you when you cross the tribulation? The quasi-emperor from the ancestral cavern of the tyrant body roared. His eyes were red. When you killed the troops of my celestial court, did you ever think like this? Yi Fan did not speak, but there was a powerful will spreading between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine sound of the great Tao was rumbling, resonating with this part of the universe. The path of cultivation is to break the eternal, to go against the heavens, to seek immortality. Having reached this step, will I still follow the rules set by the heavens? A boundless will rippled out, as if a supreme deity was asking a question. Yi Fan stood there, not opening his mouth this entire time. Everything in this world, even the cosmos and stellar rivers, were ringing for him, rumbling with noise. If you want to achieve the Tao, you will definitely fall on the day of tribulation. The expert from the tyrant body's ancestral star shouted, but his eyes were filled with fear because he saw a huge hand pressing forward and covering him. All divine arts and techniques were useless, and he could not escape. His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, scattering in the universe. Sect Master, is that you? Brother Yi, is it really you? The heavens have pity on you. In the distance, a figure appeared. There were many troops of the celestial court in this star region, or else the tyrant bloodline would not have come to wipe them out. The nine-tailed crocodile was covered in blood. 8 of its golden tails were broken, and the horns on its head were shattered. It was dripping with blood, and its scales were torn in many places. It was a miserable sight. But now it was laughing and tears were flowing out. Behind it, the veterans of the celestial court gathered, all of them trembling with excitement. They could not help but roar and shout. The celestial court will have a day of reunion. Many people laughed and cried. They had waited for too long, and they finally saw the light of day. Yi Fan's strength just now was enough to prove that the celestial court was going to prosper. Bloody light rushed out of Yi Fan's skull and turned into huge dragons, entering everyone's body. In the blink of an eye, all the veterans' injuries were healed, and their blood chi reached the peak. The starry sky was filled with his aura, and his blood chi permeated the sun and moon, enveloping the galaxy. Brothers, it's been a long time. From this day on, the celestial court will return. These were Yi Fan's first words. Rebuild the celestial court. Everyone's blood heated up, and they roared at the sky. They had waited for this day for too long. I've let you brothers suffer. Please tell me, who is targeting the celestial court? Yi Fan asked calmly. When this question was brought up, many people's eyes turned red. Too many people had died, and several combat divisions had turned to dust. The Black Bear, the Great Sage, and many other generals had died a violent death. The Forbidden Zone Children's Alliance. In the starry sky behind Yi Fan, the first cultivator who had warned him out of kindness shouted and rushed into the distance. The divine physique Yi Fan has returned. Many figures were startled in the galaxy where he was. Then news spread, spreading to all places, spreading with the fastest speed possible. In the universe, dozens of stars experienced abnormalities, and the great Tao formation patterns inside them collapsed. At the same time, runes appeared in the secret room of the celestial court, and they rushed out with astonishing light. Those were the coordinates of the galaxy, shining with divine light in the brilliant light. Go and bring the children back first. The Black Emperor and the others knew that Yi Fan's 100-year seal had expired, and the heavenly source formation had automatically disintegrated. Even though they were sad, everyone still rushed to the major galaxies. These children were the hope of the celestial court, and they represented the future. They must not be lost. Mother, how long have I been sleeping? Where is father? Why didn't he come to pick me up personally? Little Z came out of the source, opened her eyes in a daze, and looked at Ji Ziyue. Your father is in seclusion, and it will be a while before he can return home. Ji Ziyue resisted the urge to cry, but in the end, crystal-clear tears rolled down her cheeks. Mother, you're crying. Where is father? Don't lie to little Z. The child was precocious, and he had a premonition. He woke up completely, opened his eyes, and shook Ji Ziyue's arm with all his might. The children of the celestial court had returned, and all of them had received great benefits. They were divine acupoints that gathered innate essence one after another. After being nurtured for 100 years, the foundation of the group of children had improved greatly. Even though they were in grief, and even though they felt uncomfortable, everyone was still shocked. They couldn't believe all of this. Yi Fan's Genesis technique was superb, and he could recreate heaven and earth. It could be said that his means were extraordinary, and all the children had received great benefits, making up for their innate deficiencies. "Where's Uncle? Why isn't he back yet?" an older child asked. "Father, where are you?" "Mother, don't lie to me, I want to see Father." Little Z cried, wiping her tears with her white hands. Everyone was silent, speechless. Suddenly, a loud shout came, "Yi Fan is still alive." As soon as the voice came out, the celestial court was in an uproar, and everyone rushed out. Li Heishui returned, bringing the latest news. He shouted excitedly, "He's been found, everyone outside is talking about it now." In the next moment, a figure flashed in the celestial court, and a white-haired man appeared. Little Z broke free from Jizue's embrace and rushed over, shouting, "Father, I miss you." The group was stunned, and then they all rushed over. Yi Fan's return made the place boil. "Yi! Master! Yi Fan!" Everyone was extremely excited. This was like a dream. Yi Fan appeared in real life. It was just too sudden. Although he looked old, they were also satisfied. It was good that he could come back alive. Jizue was so happy that she cried. Yi Fan helped her wipe her tears, hugged little Z, and said to everyone, "I'm going to deal with the great calamity. Don't come out, wait for me, we'll meet again soon." After saying this, he put down little Z, turned into a blazing light, and disappeared from this place. "Wu, the celestial court should be destroyed, that's what we're going to do, get rid of them. What can anyone do?" The path that the children of the restricted area walked on was filled with blood, and no one dared to oppose them. They were unrestrained, directly declaring without any concealment, "What, holy physique Yi Fan is still alive. How unexpected, I thought he had transformed." When they received the news, they were all stunned. "This news is a bit shocking, we need to report it." The children of the restricted area felt restraining fear. Some people were on the way back, and they naturally didn't dare to treat Yi Fan like they did the people of the celestial court. He wasn't someone they could kill just because they wanted to. On the way to the Big Dipper, a blazing light descended from the sky. A foot stepped down, directly trampling towards reincarnation Ocean Prince, Reborn, even more arrogant than him. "You dare!" Reborn stepped on the path of return. He never expected that this type of secret would still be discovered by someone, moreover coming to kill him. Reborn opened his mouth, spitting out a forbidden artifact refined by an ancient supreme being. It smashed murderously towards that large foot. However, something that left him shocked happened. Yi Fan swung out his sleeves, directly collecting the forbidden artifact, not displaying the slightest bit of fluctuation. That large foot trampled down with unstoppable force, landing on his body, breaking his bones and snapping his muscles. Not even the ancient emperor's bloodline could hold on. He opened his mouth, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. That foot stepped on his face, forcing him to kneel down. Meanwhile, the other foot also descended, stepping on his chest, making him fall weakly onto the ground. The one who came lowered his head to look at him, saying, "Were you one of the ones who killed my troops?" "So what if I was?" He pretended to be unyielding, loudly asking. Yi Fan raised his head, no longer giving him a look.